thinking of you, thinking of you.
I met him on a sunny day in late July, and everything turned upside down. I almost lost track of time as weeks went by. I couldn't get him off my mind. I told him I want that great love, like standing in the middle of a bonfire. You don't know how you got there, but you hold tight, knowing that you can't get burned. Just tell me how we lost track of everything but each other. I honestly don't know. And tell me how we messed up, drifting away from each other. Didn't want to let you go. Cause we wanted different things, and I have to deal with it, but it's not easy. So tell me how to let go, cause you really seem to know how to carry on your own. Ever since I got a good look in his eyes, I just knew that he was special. He said he wanted to take it slow, but I couldn't help that I wanted to take it to the next level. Cause I wanted that great love, like standing in the middle of a bonfire. You don't know how you got there, but you hold tight, knowing that you can't get burned. Just tell me how we lost track of everything but each other. I honestly don't know. And tell me how we messed up, drifting away from each other. Didn't want to let you go. Cause we wanted different things, and I have to deal with it, but it's not easy. So tell me how to let go, cause you really seem to know how to carry on. Met him on a sunny day in late July, and everything turned upside down. I almost lost track of time as weeks went by. I couldn't get him off my mind. I couldn't get him off my mind. Lost track of everything but each other. I honestly don't know. And tell me how we messed up, drifting away from each other. Didn't want to let you go. Cause we wanted different things, and I have to deal with it, but it's not easy. So tell me how to let go, cause you really see how to carry on. How to carry on.
So you're looking for the secret that got me here. Some kind of magic ingredient that takes you there. Well, you know.
Good evening, everyone. We'd like to go ahead and reconvene the City Council Public Finance Authority meeting. If you could kind of, thank you. City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Peterson.
Here.
Councilmember Bolton.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Posey.
Here.
Mayor Delglaze,
Here.
Councilmember Mosier,
Here.
Councilmember Kalnick,
Here.
and Councilmember Carr requested to be absent pursuant to Resolution 2001-54, and City Clerk of Stanislaw pursuant to City Charter Section 310A.
Okay, and then I would like to note for the record that City Manager Al Zelinka is absent due to illness. Section 402 of Huntington Beach City Charter states, during any temporary absence or disability of the city manager shall appoint one other officer, department head of the city to serve as the acting city manager. In the event the city manager fails to make such an appointment may be made by the city council. Per HB City Charter, Section 402, Travis Hopkins will be the acting city manager on duty for tonight's city council meeting. Okay, so now what we'll do is, I'll have, please join us and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance with Mr. Posey, and then we'll have the invocation.
Please join me in saluting the greatest symbol of freedom in the world.
Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
O wise creator of all of us, of this beautiful planet Earth, you have given us many blessings for which we are most grateful and thankful. Please bless at this time all the council members of Huntington Beach City with wisdom and moral strength and integrity, and bless all the attendees of today's meeting also with wisdom and patience and civility, so that the best decisions can be made and accepted in an environment of peace and goodwill. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. City Attorney, anything from closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing tonight.
Okay. So good evening again. I'd now like to invite Eagle Scout recipient Joe Broadway from Troop 274 to join me. Come on up here. So, Joe is a lifetime resident of Huntington Beach and completed an amazing project for the city. I think we have a few pictures here to share. So what Joe accomplished at the Adventure Playground is amazing. You desired to undertake a project that benefited the city of Huntington Beach, as well as the kids that visit Adventure Playground, built with a new pathway to the top of the mudslide at Adventure Playground. The project took a little over a year to complete. It was finished in April of 2022. It took 33 volunteers and 509 service hours. Joe was able to raise over, $890,000 to contribute towards the project cost. Yes, please do. So now, Joe, because you are so amazing, we have to hear from you.
Well, yeah, obviously I'm very grateful to be doing this for the city. The main criteria when I thought about what I wanted to do for this project was I wanted to really build something, go into the field of engineering and the two main things for who I wanted to help were like young people, just to let them have fun, and also to help the city that I grew up in. And it took a lot of time, took a lot of effort. I'm really happy with how it turned out. And yeah, I guess some thanks are in order for all the volunteers who helped me. Thank you to my Scoutmaster, Mr. Leparn, Thomas Leparn, and thank you to, well, how about Mr. Hopkins, my first ever Scoutmaster? He got me started on this. Thanks a lot. And thanks to my parents. They helped me with things like recording all the stuff we did every day, and also my dad helped me with some, like, he has some experience in like designing stuff, and that helped quite a bit in the planning phase. And yes, thank you very much to the Kiwanis Club of Huntington Beach and HB Digital Arts. Kiwanis gave me a very generous donation to help me on my way, and HB Digital Arts helped me with the sign that you can see if you ever happen to go to Adventure Playground. So thank you very much.
So thank you for being such a great role model for our community, and I'm sure the kids at Adventure Playground will will love it, I should say, when it reopens next year. I also have a certificate for you from the city, a commendation for Joe Broadway for Troop 274, Eagle Scout recipient. And then maybe we could get your family and some of the people that helped you up here so we can get a picture. Let's go over here in the light. Travis, you got to get up here too. How do you do? Congratulations. Well done. What's that? Oh, yeah, please do. Get in there. Everybody, squeeze in a little bit. Looking right here. Ready?
Thank you so much, Joe. That's awesome. Good job.
So our next award this evening is to recognize Public Services driver Ben Matua and Joe Cardoza for being good Samaritans and assisting a customer in need. And you folks, you might recognize the people that who needed the help. And I'm going to let the gentleman come and talk to you. Where's your partner? Oh, he couldn't make it tonight. So, all right, I'll let you and Mr. Detloff share the story.
Well, it was on a Wednesday morning. Thank God it was a Wednesday because it's our trash day. And I had been out working pretty hard in the yard, and I was just finishing up. I slipped, fell, twisted my left ankle, dislocated my left shoulder. I was lying on the ground wondering, what the heck am I going to do now? About that time, the trash truck came. And without them, running out of their truck, coming over and picking me up, and macho, I said, okay, I'm okay. No, they helped me into the house to make sure I was well. Fortunately, they didn't treat me like trash. And I very much appreciate the fact that they were there and they were very helpful.
A few things and then you get to talk. How's that? You know, kindness and compassion go a long way. In fact, core values of Huntington Beach employees strive for humility, social awareness, passion, exceptionality, integrity, and team-oriented. But there were two men in our community who work for Republic Services. One of the gentlemen is not here tonight, but Ben is, so we'll get to honor Ben, right? Okay. So this is Ben Matuda, and his partner is Jose Cardoza. And because of the quick actions in helping a resident in need, you didn't think twice about it. As I've heard, you both were very humble in thinking, and what can you do to help somebody in trouble? You just went and did it. Ben were on a residential route, as they said, to pick up bulky items when they witnessed someone fall in their front yard. They immediately stopped the truck and ran over to assist the gentleman, helped him up, brought him back into the house. Thank you, and he is recovering well. Your compassion is helping one of our residents, and we commend you for that. Your general manager is here. Dan is with us tonight. Would you like to say a few words, Dan?
Thank you. So just a couple of two quick things about Ben. You have to know about Ben. First of all, we didn't even hear about the story until the resident called us and told us the story. So that's just kind of the humble nature of Ben and Jose. Apparently they must do this on a regular basis because it didn't even make the huddle news. So that's one thing. The second thing you need to know about Ben is we do an annual competition. We call it a truck rodeo, and it's where we have a skills competition and our drivers actually compete with one another. And Ben also would not tell you, but I will tell you, he was our first place winner in Huntington Beach. He went on to the area and in that competition he earned second place, and that's a much larger area. And so we're just so thrilled to have Ben on the team, to be a good Samaritan, a good human being, looking out for the community, and also an outstanding driver. So thank you.
Well, Ben, you are a rock star. I'm going to give this certificate to you, and then we will get it worked out for you and Jose, okay? Go ahead. You want to take a picture here?
Yeah, we should go up here, and I think there's some others that want to.
Oh, please do. If you have family or friends with you. Oh, good. Yes. Yes, please.
Yeah, just the light is better.
Get him to speak up here. He's kind of shy. Yeah, perfect. Would you stand on the stairs? Hey, Ben.
Knock, knock. Hello? Oh, good evening. Just want to say, if I was not working that day, then I don't know how long this young gentleman would have been there. But so my wife told me to go to work, so I went to work, and I'm happy to be there. And I'm just glad the young man is okay and up and up. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you so very much.
Okay, everybody looking right here. Couple pictures. Great. Thank you so much, Ben.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Okay. So the awards just keep on rolling. Tonight, we have members from Huntington Beach Lions Club to honor our Community and Library Services Director, Chris Slama, with a special award. I'd like to invite the Huntington Beach Lions, Scott Quinian. Oh, okay. Oh, I see, okay. Who also serves as the second vice district governor, overseeing over 1,200 members, and Huntington Beach Lion President Janet Price. And join with us, please, Chris Slama. Hi. Right here. Right here. No, it's okay.
It's about you guys.
Do you want to say something?
Got it.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and guests in the audience, and of course, last but not least, my fellow Lions. We're here today to present the most prestigious award in Lionism. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our founder, Melvin Jones. Melvin Jones was a Chicago businessman. He started Lions clubs back in 1917 and was a very forward thinker. He not only wanted to help his community, he wanted to help the world as a whole. Flash forward 105 years. Lions Club is in over 200 countries with 48,000 clubs and 1.4 million members, which makes them the largest service organization in the world. I'm going to hand this off to our esteemed president, Lion Janet Price, and she's going to present the award to Chris. And Chris, I just want you to know, to get this award, this is very prestigious. Only 400,000 Lions has ever received this award. So, Lion Janet, would you please do the honors?
I will. Chris, I want to present this award to you. And you are well deserving of this award. And we thank you for your kindness, your service, and all you do for the Lions and your community and everybody else.
Congratulations, Chris. Your city is very proud of you as well. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, and Lion Scott and Lion Janet and all of the Huntington Beach host Lions that are here. This is absolutely humbling for me as a 40-year resident and over 30 of those being employed with the city. It's just truly an honor and a privilege to serve this community. So thank you for that. I'd also just give a shout out to the city team across all departments. The support and the work is just amazing that everybody does, working with the community members. And of course, my family, Crystal, Casey, and Caitlin are here. Thank you for your support and understanding. And but lastly, just most importantly to the Lions Club, they do amazing things throughout the year here in the city of Huntington Beach, and it's just such a pleasure to work with you, and the community's lucky to have you as well, so thank you for that.
And we're always looking for more members, Chris.
Chris, you've been helping us. Chris has been helping with the Lions for the past 25 years, so that's why he was given this award, and we're coming up on our 85 years of being in Huntington Beach, so we plan on a big celebration in 2023.
So most of you don't know, our motto is we serve. And Lions stands for loving individuals offering needed service. If you want to look us up, you can find us at Old World the first and third Thursdays of each month. And we'd love to have anybody come out and check us out. Thank you.
Please come on up, and if there's any other Lion Club members, they want to join. Oh, good. Oh, my. All right. You just brought a few, huh? You're smart. It's a terrific service club. You do so many wonderful good things. And look at, everyone looks so beautiful. Hi, good evening. All right. Julie, I think it's going to be up to you.
Yep. Make sure I see everybody. Okay, there we go. Okay, I see everybody. See me looking right here. We're going to take a couple pictures. Smile. Awesome. Congrats, Chris.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Yeah, thank you so much. Congratulations. Sure. Oh, of course. Good seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll email these to you guys.
So here we are now with a special one, our Mayor's Award. I'm happy to present the Mayor's Excellent Award to someone very special, our Huntington Beach Police Department and Fire Department Chaplain, Roger Wing. Roger and Chief Pyra are going to come up here and join me. One of the exciting things about the Mayor's Huntington Beach Excellent Award is that the award recipients are nominated by their peers who believe that they meet the criteria of humility, social awareness, passion, exceptionality, integrity, and team-oriented. Let me tell you a little bit about Chaplain Wing and what some of the co-workers said about your nomination. Chaplain Wing has served the police department and the fire department for the past 25 years. He has a true heartfelt passion for our employees as well as the community at large. He has consistently put others ahead of his own needs and looks for ways to honor those he serves. One example of his tireless efforts is in the collection of gifts from community businesses for a yearly public servant apprentice dinner, employee recognition dinner. He puts this dinner on for 20 years, spent countless hours networking with the community leaders in order to host it at no cost to the city. Chaplain Wing has also responded to hundreds of public safety related calls to provide comfort to citizens and public safety personnel suffering from a traumatic incident. In addition, he has performed numerous weddings for officers and firefighters, and he has become a very important part of our public safety family. He has become a trusted counselor to a lot of us, and his constant faithfulness and loyalty to the police and fire departments and the citizens of our city should only be celebrated. So now, Chief Pyra, it's your turn. You get to say good things.
That is so easy to do with Chaplain Wing. So 2 words describe him: selfless dedication. And that's just 2 simple words that mean so much. And I met him when I first came on board last December. And you know, I knew what he did, and I knew that he was a valuable part of the team. But when you fast forward to February 19th last year, and our helicopter went down, and we spent days together. He was there with us and with our family and with the families of Nick Vella the whole time. And he spent the next 2-3 weeks with us going through the grieving process, helping us recover. And I don't think he slept. I really don't. And he always was upbeat. He was always ready to go. Even when the rest of us were tired, he came in and he's helping, he's serving. So the thing that's refreshing about you is that you're not looking for credit from us. He knows he's getting credit from God. You know you are. He doesn't look for it from us. And to see that strength he has and determination to help us, it's refreshing. So again, I'm going to leave you with 2 words: selfless dedication. And I am honored to be here, and I'm so happy that you're receiving this.
You know, it's dangerous when you hand a microphone to a pastor, so. Well, I just want to say it's been an honor, a privilege, and a blessing to serve our police and fire department and the community over these past 25 years. So I'm not much into awards, and so hopefully I didn't lose my rewards in heaven over this, but I really appreciate it, and it's just a joy to serve the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaplain. And I'd also just like to give a personal thought as well. I've had the good fortune to know you now a little over 10 years, and no matter what event it is, your kindness, your just your total understanding and willingness to be there for people in service. We are really grateful as a community. We're very, very lucky to have you. So thank you. Okay. Oh, yes, please join Chaplain Wing, please, here with your photo, all of you. They're going to follow you. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Hey, John. Hi. City Clerk, are there an announcement of any supplemental communications?
Yes, Mayor, we received an amended side letter of agreement with the Huntington Beach Municipal Teamsters submitted by Brittany Mello, the Administrative Services Director. That was administrative item number 21. And for administrative item number 23, we received 10 email communications regarding the drafting of ZTA to delete the cannabis prohibition.
Okay, then, thank you so much. So at this time, I'm going to read the Brown Act. The City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. Individuals who wish to speak as a member of the, to a member of the council, sorry. The item is not on the agenda, may consider setting up an individual appointment by contacting the council's administrative assistant at area code 714-536-5553. Those wishing to provide a comment on agendized or non-agendized items may do so either in person or by filling out a request to speak form or via Zoom webinar by computer or phone. Zoom webinar participants wishing to speak will be provided a 15-minute window to select in your raise hand feature in the webinar control section. All speakers are encouraged but not required to identify themselves. We have over 35 speakers this evening. We're going to have, speakers are going to have up to 2 minutes unless warrants reducing the time. So City Clerk, how many speakers do we have this evening?
Right now, we have 36 in person.
Okay, so go ahead and, I guess, call the first 10 down.
Allie Plum, Carol Rohr, Mary Jo Baratish, Art Estrada, Jason Vaughn, Marcos Rabolo, Molly Rabolar, Sok Kim, Leslie Stolar, Mitchell Schmidt.
I'm going to go first. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Carol Rohr, and I'm a president of the Huntington Beach Mobile Home Residents Coalition. For those of you who are leaving City Council, I thank you for your contributions to our city. I am disappointed in the results of the City Council election because the 4 slate winners were among the candidates who chose not to respond to our questionnaire and outreach, and who deprived the mobile home community of their views and positions on issues critical to our economic survival. In order to win the election, these 4 individuals accepted tens of thousands of dollars from the owners of mobile home parks who are buying their way to the top. We are facing threats to thousands of residents who are suffering the abuses of space rent spiking, failure to maintain violations, unfair leases, arbitrary management practices, and more. In every city in the nation, there is a need for affordable housing. Huntington Beach is no different. I will remind you that there are 17 mobile home parks in Huntington Beach. All of us bought our homes and continue to pay to maintain our homes. Many of us are veterans and seniors and have lived in beautiful Huntington Beach for many years. Will you let the millionaires in our city push those who can't afford to live here any longer? This is an appeal to represent us fairly and for the remaining City Council members who have sympathized with us in the past to not abandon our over 6,000 manufactured housing homeowners and residents in Huntington Beach to the forces of greed and oppression that continue to plague us. To the general public, we ask that you pay close attention to what is going on and who is doing what to whom over the next 2 years. Our situation is dire. Also, regarding Agenda Item 20, I am in complete support of extending Ocean View Estates leases to September 30th, 2039. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Del Glaze, hardworking City Council, capable city staff, and concerned citizens. My name's Allie Plum, and I've owned an immobile home in Huntington Beach for almost a decade. My speech is going to be short, which I know everyone will appreciate. First, to the upcoming newly elected members of the City Council, we're going to let you make decisions and know you have the best interests of Huntington Beach at heart. There are many people focused on your success. This is already a fine community, and if we all work together, we can help it become even stronger and a source of pride nationwide. Second, and of most importance to our local city-run mobile home park, Ocean View Estates, is item number 20 on the agenda. Please, City Council, vote yes to extend their leases to 2039. Their current lease expires in September of 2024, and many resident owners want to know if they have a future in Huntington Beach. This park has only 44 spaces, so there's not a required on-site manager. Oh my gosh. And there's no pool to maintain, there's a small clubhouse. I'm gonna actually have to rush, I see. The city park staff of Huntington Beach maintains the small landscaping needs of this quiet park as well. So please, please, please let these people be able to exhale and extend their leases to 15 years and let the resident owners of Ocean View Estates exhale for the near future. Also, kudos to the city staff manager of Ocean View Estates, Kim Radding. She is well regarded and cares about the community. So in closing, I would like everyone to grab a large piece of mental floss and make room in our minds for creative solutions for our future affordable housing and for the homeless, houseless situation. A world that works for everyone is what I see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mary Jo Baratich. I've been a resident of Cabrillo Beachfront Village for the last 40 years. I'm also a member of the Mobile Home Advisory Board. I'm here this evening to encourage you to vote yes on agenda item 20. Please approve the proposed extension of the city-owned Ocean View Mobile Estates, which was established in 1986, and authorize an extension of the rental agreements and operations of the park for a period of 15 years through September 30th to 2039, and direct 65% of net operating revenue to a special reserve fund for Ocean View Estates Mobile Home Park closure at that point in time. Also authorize a temporary reduction in rents for eligible senior mobile home homeowners at the Ocean View Estates. These homeowners were displaced once before from 3 mobile home parks during all of these years, and their homes are moved to Ocean View Mobile Estates by the city. These seniors want to stay in their quiet community, which they enjoy. Please help them. And thank you for placing this very important item on the agenda, and please vote yes. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Arthur Estrada. I'm a member of the Huntington Beach Mobile Home Residents Coalition, which has over 600 members and represents the best interest of all mobile home park population in our city. Like many of the mobile home community here in both are disappointed and frustrated over the results of the local elections. One, that the community-based candidates who sympathized with our interests did not win any seats on the council. Two, that the all-right candidates who did win ignored our outreach to them, and many actually may be opposed to our helping us. And three, that the general public appears to still be unaware of the grave danger facing hundreds of its neighbors and fellow citizens. We don't know. All we do know is that the forces arrayed against us from the mobile home industry seem to be supporting the winning candidates. Although my mobile home resident colleagues and I have spoken numerous times in front of both the City Council and the Mobile Home Advisory Board, we need the public at large to hear our pleas, understand our concerns, and press for our fair representation. We indeed tonight are we indeed face a very uncertain future in the coming year. Also facing an uncertain future until tonight are the residents of the Ocean View Estates Mobile Home Park, the city-owned park referenced on agenda item number 20. We need you to remove the uncertainty and vote to approve the extension. That's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm just here to see if you can extend the approval of the Ocean View Estates. And my name is Marcos Rebolar.
Thank you very much.
I'm his wife.
Okay.
My name is Molly Rebolar.
Hi, Molly.
We've been in the park for 22 years. I've been a resident of Huntington Beach my entire life. And we found out my daughter was deaf. We found out Huntington Beach High School had a program for the deaf. That's why we moved into this area. We love living in this park, and please extend it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council member. My name is So Kim. I just moved into Ocean View Estates May of 2020, and I loved it. Where people were gaining the COVID 10, 20 extra pounds, I actually lost 10 pounds because it's right next to Central Park. So I got to my ideal weight. I have since gained it back, unfortunately. But I love the community, it's awesome. I met a lot of great people at the dog park, help out there as much as I can. But I'm just requesting that you extend the least. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, call the next 10.
I'll call the next group.
Yep, please.
Richard Shamati, Joe Randall, Wadida Hespis, Speaker Aiden, Arturo Sanchez, Lola Archibald, Aja Gallagher, Darla Chamati, Teresa Holloway, Dennis Holloway.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Mayor and Councilman. Nice to meet you. I'm from the Ocean View Estates Park. It looks like you're going to hear a lot about it. All my neighbors are here.
Good.
I've been in Huntington Beach for 55 years. I've been at the park for 15 years. And it looks like our little park makes you guys a little bit of money, like about a little over $500,000. Or we could put a park in there and a swing set. Now, I have 11 grandkids. I have wasted most of my life in the Huntington Beach Park system. We don't need another swing. We got plenty. A lot of time my gang will show up and we're the only ones at the park. So the nice parks that we have are a little bit underused. So I hope you keep us. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name's Richard Chamati. I live in Ocean View Estates, and I love Huntington Beach, and I would love to continue living here in Huntington Beach. And it's really the only affordable option for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Wadida. I moved to the park about 8 years ago, and I loved it. I have 4 kids in elementary, middle, and high school, and I can see them growing. They made a lot of friends, and we're like 44 house. It's not like 44 houses, 44 families, neighbors, some of us sisters and brothers. We are such a beautiful community. So I ask you to, not just to extend, if we can keep our homes forever, it would be great. Also, I have a question for you. Is there any urgent need to take our homes and convert it to a more parking spaces? We have the Central Park, we have a lot of spaces around, and the sports center. Is there an urgent need for that, more than keeping for 44 families their homes? I hope you can evaluate that need, because we are obligated not for what was planned before. We're not obligated to that. We're obligated to what we need to respond in the right way for the community needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for letting us speak today. We're in Ocean View Estates. My husband and I have been there for about 15 years. He was born and raised in Huntington Beach. I've been here for about 20 years. We have a little boy who's 6, and we love our school district. We love our home. We would love for Ocean View School District to be extended for another 15 years, and we personally would love to start doing some renovations on our home to make it nicer, not just you have 4 more years or 5 more years. I don't feel like tearing out the porch and putting in a new porch if we only have 5 more years, but 15 years would be great. Thank you so much, and good evening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Darla Chamati. I've lived in the Estates for 10 years with my husband. We do love it. It's a great, quiet community. Everybody knows everybody, and they're quiet and friendly, and I'm hoping you'll extend the lease on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Teresa Holloway, and I'm speaking tonight on the housing element. I'd like to, first of all, thank the Planning Commission and anybody who worked on revising it for people living in the Seacliff area. I can't tell you how much we appreciate that, and I know you don't always get appreciation, so I want to make sure that you know that we really do value that. I urge you to vote when you do, as well as the Planning Commission, if any Planning Commission members are here, to vote on options 2, 3, or 6. And I urge any new council members to take the time that they have in office to really explore other areas of the city and spread the high density out the way the state instructs you to, rather than waiting till the last minute like it seems like happened this time. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Call you.
Hi, my name's Dennis Holloway. That's my wife. Anyways, I wish the people at Ocean View good luck. I hope you guys get it done. I'm here also to talk about the high density. And yeah, I'd like to say thank you for all the work that you guys have done. You guys went back to the table and brought back a number of options. And that's a really great thing to see. My takeaway from the study session might be a little different. I tend to believe that SP7 and SP9, which is the Brindle Yard and the Holly Seacliff, aren't necessarily needed to meet the state's recommendation of what we really need. So we could really remove those two items and not lose control over those spaces, because once the developer gets in, they don't have to listen to our rules or your rules on how they build their properties. They don't care about parking. They don't care about the schools. I mean, my daughter went to Huntington High. I went to Huntington High. And she had one guidance counselor for 1,000 students. That's crazy. It's a crazy number. So anyways, I think we could remove SP7 and SP9, and a distant second place would be to adopt option 2, 3, and 6. And then after the state gives the happy stamp to that, then we can go back and revisit how to do this right and spread it out amongst the city. So thank you guys very much, and good luck, Ocean View.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Arturo Sanchez. I'm been there in the OB for 25 years. And first of all, I hope all of you understand my beautiful English accent. If nobody knows what I'm talking about, just let me know and I do it again. First of all, I will like to thank everybody from there, because I've been living there for a lot of time, a lot of years, and it has been very, very happy years until 2 years ago that I lost my wife. It's a wonderful place, a wonderful community, a lot of good people there, and I hope and I know that all of you are going to do the right decision to leave it open. Thank you very much, and you have a good day. Good evening.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Lola Archibald, and I've lived in Ocean View State for the last 8 years. Arturo is my neighbor. We became very close. I helped him after the death of his wife. And it would be nice if you guys extended our lease and let us stay there for longer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members, fellow residents, and guests of Huntington Beach. My name is Aiden. I am a scout with BSA Troop 1931. As you might know, Boy Scouts of America is an organization that encourages company involvement, learning about our government, and civic duties. Among other things, that BSA program promotes the environment, conversation, science, and kindness. Our troop is an inclusive troop. That means our troop has taken it upon ourselves to go beyond and traditional BSA programs, but to also do extra work and training to learn how we can improve more supportive of those with special needs, as well as the beginning of more accepting of those who can't come from different races, cultures, religions, genders, identities, and economic backgrounds. Last week, we had an opportunity while working on our citizenship and community merit badge to meet with Councilmember Moser and ask questions. As an inclusive troop, it was inspiring to hear about ways our city council has actively tried to support and recognize all the residents in Huntington Beach. As scouts, hearing about the steps and programs the city has implemented to protect our environment was important to us and scout oaths. We wanted to take this moment to thank Councilmember Moser for meeting with us, answering our questions, and sharing with us what has been done and what we can do in the future. And also to thank the city council members present today for working and to make our city and our world a little more inclusive and a little more green and a lot more kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well done.
I'll call the last group.
Thank you.
Pat Taylor, Amory Hanson, Val Parker, Pano Frusakis, Sal Jolo, Mickey Golden, Tim Geddes, John Hill, Russell Neal, Jamie Surya, Serba, Johnny Serba, Rick Minato, Love Gioni, Tony Squires, Roger Knorr, Byron Costa, and Vanilda Mayer.
Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Mickey Golden, and I live in Peninsula Park. I oppose the housing element in Plan 4 of Holly Seacliff, which is the southeast corner of Golden West and Garfield. We are being told that the base zoning or density is not being changed, but that is really not true. If you were not changing the density, then the City Council would not need anything for the high-density housing to take place. You need an amendment for that, and the definition of amendment is changed, so I believe you are not being completely honest with us. And why are you amending the density transfer agreement upon which we have relied upon for future building? Why are we expected to absorb 70 units per acre when our plan states the highest density allowed is 7 to 15 per acre? The city has had 9 community outreach meetings over Zoom this past year and 1 in-person meeting in the Oakview tract. I was not aware of any of them. Why have there not been any meetings in Seacliff area parks? We need to carefully study options 4, 5, and 6 and others and not rush into a decision. Golden West is already a busy street, and at the light at Summit, there's a no turn on red. How is Golden West between Summit and Garfield going to absorb hundreds of new cars leaving daily, and where are all those going to park if there's not enough parking? We need to carefully study the options. The city has decreased the density north of Garfield. How about decreasing the density south of Garfield? In the environment impact report, it states that the project would result in significant and unavoidable impact concerning air quality, utility, greenhouse gases, and hydrology and water quality. Due to the uncertainty of the water supply in California, the government says a future supply deficit would have a significant impact. I can't wait to be told when to wash dishes, shower, and flush the toilet. How about you? Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Patricia Taylor, and I live in Rancho Huntington Mobile Home Park. Today, we have a problem. Hundreds of Huntington Beach residents are facing eviction. I pay rent, utilities, taxes, maintenance on all my appliances, and my home. I also pay upgrades such as air conditioning, roofing, and new floors. I pay an exterminator, a carpet cleaner, a handyman. My housing expenses are now 50% of my income. With rents for mobile home parks going sky high all over town, where will I go when I can't afford to live here anymore? You protect businesses, you protect the beaches, you protect your city employees, you protect homeowners, but you don't protect us mobile homeowners. We invested all our money into our homes, and now we're being priced out by greedy investors, by hedge fund operators, by corporate investors, all wanting to make more and more money off the trapped seniors, veterans, and families who can't move our homes and can't afford the rent. When will you help us? We are residents too. We pay taxes. We give back to this community as shoppers, volunteers, caregivers. When will you help us? And now with this, you can help one of the mobile home parks, the Ocean View, and I certainly wish that you will approve the extension of their leases in that park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Mr. Amory Hansen. I am speaking tonight in support of item 20D. I appreciate the city setting an example for mobile home parks with the Ocean View Estates. I also am hopeful for the success of the mobile home tenant rental-based assistance program. Once again, I urge a yes vote on item 20D. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Del Glaze and City Council members. My name is Tim Geddes, and I'm a 39-year resident of Southeast Huntington Beach. Many in Orange County expected a red wave to occur with the recent election. Here in Huntington Beach, we received a red tide instead. And I'm hoping it is not the harmful kind to community members, including those homeowners and residents in our 18 mobile home parks. By the way, I support item 20 on the agenda dealing with Ocean View Estates Mobile Home Park. Mobile home residents could face a very uncertain future if our local government does not seek to represent them fairly. I'm hoping our new city council will seek to govern less by ideology and more by what is best for the citizenry it represents. We cannot go on tilting at windmills and taking on the state and losing many more millions of dollars by unleashing our city attorney in futile gestures of defiance over issues like high-density development. It is ironic that many partisan supporters of the new majority on the city council are exactly the real estate and development folks who would profit by high-density development to begin with. We should keep a careful eye on the henhouse. Many of our current affordable housing and land use decisions predate this council who has had to grapple with the poor development decisions of past so-called pro-business councils. We'll see who does the bidding of whom when the new council is seated. I'm hoping that our new council majority rises above the rhetoric of its campaign and realizes its responsibility to make sound decisions that go beyond the Dr. No mentality that some council members have adopted in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Mayor, Council, John Hill, local, 30 years, raised a family, don't want to move. Ocean View Estates, great place, no crime, really a nice place. Everyone loves living there. Another 15 years, it'll pay for itself. It's been going on for almost 50 years, and they built the senior center because of it. It's a lot of money has been spent because this place exists. You get rid of us, it costs money to get us out of there. Let's make money. It's better for the city for us to stay, and better for us. It's 40 families that shouldn't be displaced. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Sal Solo. I am a U.S. Army veteran and former anti-money laundering investigator turned cannabis banking consultant. I have worked for all big four banks, including Goldman Sachs, Union Bank, which is now U.S. Bank. I worked high-profile cases such as the Panama Papers and the Iranian accounts. I have worked hand in hand with law enforcement before on sensitive matters, chasing terrorists, organized crime, corporate criminals, sanctioned individuals and countries around the world. With that being said, I am here this evening to propose Measure O, the Cannabis Licensing Program in operational facilities. I want to speak about the financial benefits that the cannabis industry brings. California is projected to reach $12 billion in sales this year. Every election, we are reaching closer to full legalization. So far, 19 states and DC have made cannabis recreational. As usual, California is leading the way since its initial inauguration in 1996 for HIV and AIDS patients. The cannabis industry has continued to evolve. California has its own state legislature, Assembly Bill 1525, Cannabis Financial Institutions, which was set into law on September the 30th, 2020. It helps legal cannabis entities with banking, and this helps the industry pay state agencies and departments. Huntington Beach has the ability to generate large amounts of revenue to the city and county. It will bring new streams of income to help fund city projects, make improvements, generate additional employment, increase tourism, and introduce new industries to the infamous Surf City. If we look to our neighboring cities in Orange County, such as Santa Ana and Costa Mesa, we can see the benefits of having access to the cannabis industry. These markets are booming, and Orange County has the luxury of sitting back and learning from other cities' mistakes. Okay, time's out. Thank you. Have a
Thank
wonderful
you.
evening.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Val Parker. I have been a resident of Huntington Beach for 26 years, and I am here to talk about this year's Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. I am not a resident of the mobile home parks, but I think that is serendipity. I am here to encourage you to consider housing as a basic human right. First, I want to thank you for participating, for joining the Orange County Fair Housing Finance Trust, which will allow more creative use and access to housing funds. There are 330 people in the last point in time count that are experiencing homelessness here in Huntington Beach, over 300 people. Let's not forget that. And I think as we begin the new year with the new city council, that we encourage you to adopt a declaration of housing as a human right, a resolution similar to the one that San Diego recently passed that says housing is a human right, and we must make this declaration to ensure, as elected leaders and our whole community, we recognize our responsibility to take the actions necessary to ensure every resident has a real opportunity to have decent and stable housing necessary for a dignified and healthy life. Beyond this Housing and Homelessness Awareness Week, I encourage you to move beyond awareness and into action, such as considering mobile home park residents, apartment residents, and creating affordable home ownership. Don't be afraid to be bold in the new year. Let's think about not just shelter, but let's think about housing, having a home as a human right. Thank you.
All righty. Good evening, Huntington Beach. My name is Pano Frusiakis, but I think more appropriately I should say good morning, Huntington Beach, because the sun is now shining brightly on our future. A week ago, the people of Huntington Beach sent out a resounding message, which is that the status quo the past 2 years is no longer going to continue. In fact, not only was the status quo candidates absolutely destroyed, but they were obliterated. In fact, I believe that we as a community shouldn't write out or write off any of our new members until they sit down. Once people are given a chance to serve, and I think given a few months, I think ultimately they're going to serve the whole community. And the reason why I think that is because I saw firsthand the dedication and the work that our city attorney and also the new council majority put in to the election. They were going to many, many houses. They did over 100 meet and greets in the city. I was at probably half of them myself. I even hosted a few of them. One of them was in front of my house. And I will say this, a lot of people in the community appreciated that there was finally an effort from their representatives to go out, talk to them, meet with them. And I think it's it's a really good thing. I think that the future is really going to be bright. I think that if we ultimately unite around our leadership, I think that we can have a really, really strong future going forward. But I will say this, I don't think any of us should rest on our laurels either. I think for those of us who are out there working hard, and I thank everybody, no matter who you were, putting in the work in the election, I think that we got to keep going forward. And I think that ultimately that we got to keep it up. We got to keep going all the way through 2024, and we got to have a complete sweep of the council until 7-0 of the council serves the people of the city. So ultimately, I'm glad for everything that I did, the part I played, and I'm going to be coming back in 2024. I'm glad we could be part of the coalition to take back this great city. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Next speaker. Come up. We have an open microphone. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, City Council. My name is Rick Minato, and I have been a resident in the Peninsula Park neighborhood for 22 years. I would like to express my opposition to the current proposal for high-density housing in the Seacliff area in the properties that are south of Garfield and east of Golden West. Many have expressed concerns regarding high density, such as traffic, school overcrowding, parking hassles, walkability, loss of green space, environmental issues, and so forth. So I won't belabor those points. I think we heard enough of that last couple of meetings regarding the areas north of Garfield. Fortunately, those concerns in the past have resulted in modifying the plans for the areas north of Garfield and the property adjacent to Seagate. However, I haven't seen any indication that those considerations have been directed to the areas I mentioned east of Golden West. My understanding is that the Seagate density has been reduced from 70 to 35 units per acre. I also understand that the area mentioned above, that's south of Garfield, east of Golden West, is slated for 70 units per acre. I would prefer things that remain the same as they are today. However, if that's not possible, I would request that this area be limited to the 30 to 35 units per acre, similar to the property adjacent to Seagate. Also, would like to request a height limitation, and the other provisions that are in the community plan or whatever it's called that resulted in the Tides community and also the community at the northwest corner of Main and
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yep, sure. Go ahead, next speaker. The microphone.
Love what you do what you love. My name is Love, and I love Huntington Beach, and that's why I'm here. As a Lion, I was here to give that award to Chris Lama. He's a wonderful man. I love everybody on the city council, and I'm always telling people that, you know, people who run for government, they want the best for our town. We all love this city. So anybody who is going to get on this council and work for us, it's always with our best interests. And I just don't believe in all the political stuff. So I just appreciate everything you do. I wouldn't want your job, but I thank you for doing it. I want to invite everybody to the Surf City Splash on January 1. The Surfrider Foundation, it's Huntington Seal Beach chapter. If you go to hsbsurfrider.org, you can find out more. Right now, I suggest everybody give people a membership for Christmas, because they have a special right now for like $5, and that'd be better than a card or anything else, and get them started with Surfrider. We clean the beaches all over the world. We started in Malibu 30, 40 years ago. A couple surfers got into the dirty water and, you know, with the bags or trash out there, and started Surfrider Foundation. And I'm just honored to be a part of that, and the reason I am is because of the Surf City Splash, which is on January 1, and it's going to be broadcast live. So I hope you'll all join us for the biggest beach bash of the year and enjoy living in Huntington Beach. We are all passionate about this town. I love it, and thank you again for your great job.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Benilda Mayer, and before somebody sent me home, like hasn't happened before lately, I must say that I live in this country for 54 years. I am a citizen, and it just happened. I came into this country first class. We flew first class with our papers in hand. So I feel home here. This is my home, and I just a warning for those that has been doing it lately. I have a problem that I know others haven't too, but they cannot get a help like I don't. Something happened, and something is happening in this country. Well, it's happening in California, South California, 100%, so I assume when it get here already is in other places. Has George Orwell group in this country, and it's very serious. Why am I in it? I'm in it because I was working in my 70s, and I broke some bones that they're here, and the insurance, the compensation insurance, works compensation insurance, tried to send me to the state, go and retire there because there they give you some money, and I refused, and it was a big problem. It was on the court, their court. That is not a people's court like anything. That kind of thing is their court.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I don't have...
time is up.
I'm not a good communicator.
You're doing
the
just
problem
fine.
is so great that I wrote down here. This was for the...
Thank you, ma'am.
What? Okay, so pass this to the mayor. Okay.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hello, thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to thank you guys for showing up tonight. And I want to say Huntington Beach is the best city in California and probably the whole world. 100%, I know that. So anyways, regarding the mobile home park, I do want to say a special thank you to Kim Ratting. She is really awesome. Super awesome to get along with. If anything's needed, it gets done. She gets it done quick, fast, and gets along with everybody. That is cool. Building a park in its place would cost millions of dollars and bring zero revenue. I think you heard everybody saying the same thing tonight, but in all honesty, we got lots of parks. And I go through them with my bikes and cruise around and have fun in the parks. And we got more parks in Huntington Beach than any city in California. I know we do. So what I'm asking you guys to do is just listen to the people and the families, and don't break the families apart. On the last note, this is my wife, Jamie.
Hi, we've been living here for 14 years, and we just love the home, so I'm just here to ask you to please let us stay. So I'll be very, very grateful. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, could you come up to the microphone? Go ahead, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Tony Squires, and I've been living in the city for 54 years, a little over. Oh, almost 54. December, it'll be 54. And on item 17, it's a recommendation for $250,000 for synthetic turf for the sports center. And I want to speak out against that because it's very bad for the environment. The heat that radiates when the sun's shining on regular grass versus the synthetic turf, it's 30 degrees higher, about a foot above it. It registers 30 degrees higher than regular grass. So it's also when players fall on that, it's much more abrasive than normal grass. So I'm hoping that you will just keep maintaining regular grass at the sports center. And an even more important issue is we do not want high-density building at Garfield, in the open spaces at Garfield and Golden West. Please do not have high density. The traffic in this vicinity is already horrendous, and more traffic, high density housing at that location would be a very bad thing. And I've talked to so many people in the city, and they feel the same way. Please, no high density. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, City Council. It's Mike Mastropalo. Congratulations, Attorney Gates. Just want to say, learning about the item number 20 for the Ocean View mobile homes, that should be extended, I believe. Want to encourage you to extend that. I was there this last weekend helping a friend prepare for a $13,000 remodel at the end of the little U that comprises those 44 homes. Question, if that was turned into a park, that would not improve our increase in additional housing units that the state is imposing upon the city. So it makes no sense to take them out to put up a park that we already have that would eliminate 44 homes, it seems to me. Also, I find it extremely, and this is not new to come to light, but just appalling that our seniors and so many residents that are living in the mobile home parks under the land leases that are being raised basically at the will of the corporations. I'm a favor of capitalism, but it's to a point where people are on fixed income having their land leases doubled on a monthly basis or doubled per month. There's a limit. Being a realtor, I should have come more prepared, but there's a limit as to how much you can raise rent, let alone a land lease, which is treated differently. But it looks like there is probably about a 50% that, say, Huntington by the Sea may be on the hook for, since they raised these land leases. They basically doubled them. So that's something that probably should be looked into. Yeah, in terms of the high density housing, I think there's a lot of inflation, which contributes to the lack of affordability for housing, and of course the prices of homes going up constantly. Time's up once again.
Thank you.
Love you.
Love you back. All right. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Dalglish and council members. My name is Russell Neal, and I live in Huntington Beach. The central issue driving the political struggles in this city is whether we will be free men or slaves. Freedom requires that our local elected officials represent us and not act as a mere conveyor belt for tyrannical orders from Sacramento. To preserve our humanity, government must be as localized and close to the people as possible. This decentralization, no less than the division of powers between the branches of government, is necessary for the preservation of liberty and the prevention of a dictatorship. This, after all, is why we have charter cities in the first place. I've been very disappointed by this council's weak resistance to Sacramento's unconstitutional overreach, and my motive for supporting the newly elected members is to have a council that will stand up for the residents. I know that the power seems to be all on Sacramento's side. I'm under no illusions about how hard it will be to fight back. But I also know that our life, liberty, and property are at stake. I know that the freedom of our children and grandchildren is on the line. And so with a firm reliance on divine providence and knowing that we must all stand before the judgment seat of Christ, I count it a privilege to stand with these 4 newly elected council members. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers?
The last 2 didn't show up, so I'll go to the phone. I have 1 person online.
Okay.
Joe, go ahead, please.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, I'd like to leave a comment in regards to the cannabis opportunity that's coming to the city. And I had read as well as also heard some chatter through speaking with the development department in the city that there were 2 kind of proposed ordinances with the allowance of the cannabis businesses, and one of those being the where the cannabis businesses were going to be allowed. And I guess I heard something about it being facing Beach Boulevard only. I know that there's been kind of a map proposed with where you're not allowed to have a cannabis business, which ultimately gives you a map of the properties that kind of are available for cannabis business. And that is, kind of a small window already. And so to segregate it to Beach Boulevard would be kind of detrimental to the operations of the industry. And then the other thing that I had read was it was considered that it's required to have 4 cannabis licenses already in the state of California in order to be eligible for an application for the city of Huntington Beach. And I just wanted to make sure that that's not something that's still in consideration in order to make it, an equitable opportunity for the residents and current business owners of Huntington Beach. I think it's important to note that, with new business opportunity, the opportunity should be obviously available for current business owners as well as current residents of the city, and not just big corporations that have
Thank you, sir.
already licenses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
That concludes public comments.
Okay, then. We will close public comments and move on to council committee appointments, liaison reports, AB 1234 reporting, and openness in negotiations. Mr. Posey.
Oh, yeah, I attended a CalPERS conference about a week and a half ago, and we discussed the impacts of environmental social governance on investing and particularly on short-term returns, and also discussed potential reform issues. And there really aren't any on the horizon. We also spoke about pension obligation bonds, and in particular how that window is closed for other cities. We had the good fortune of refinancing our unfunded accrued liabilities at 2.9%. The current interest rate that cities that haven't done that are paying 6.8%. And when I'd spoken to Marcy Frost, I'd asked her if CalPERS was better off collecting the 6.8% or having the capital from the pension obligation bonds. And it turned out that they were better off with the capital, although they lost money. So there is some hope for longer-term solutions. I brought this forward, asked the Finance Commission to study it, especially the environmental social governance issue. We've seen that make the news quite a bit in the last couple of months. Maybe the next incoming city council will take another look at it.
Thank you. Ms. Mosher?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Okay, so I too attended the CalPERS Local Elected Officials Forum, which Councilmember Posey already Mayor Pro Tem Posey already discussed. I attended the 4th of July board meeting virtually, our Veterans Day ceremony, and with that I had the pleasure of attending Assemblymember Cotty Petrie Norris's Veterans of the Year event at Irvine Valley College, where I was able to speak briefly and honor local hero and Veteran of the Year for Huntington Beach, Russ Dorman from American Legion Post 133, so congratulations to Russ. Also, I attended the Human Relations Committee meeting, which maybe we'll be talking a little bit more tonight. I did, as you heard earlier, host the Troop 1931 here in council chambers for their badge requirement, their citizenship and the community merit badge. And just while Aiden was here earlier speaking with the other scouts, they were really impressive to me and really gave me hope for our city. So thank you to them. Attended the HB Business Improvement District meeting, the bid meeting. Also, the Wetlands and Wildlife Care Center Groovin' with the Gulls Gala, celebrating 50 years of wildlife rehabilitation, with 25 of those years here in Huntington Beach. I attended the youth board meeting on Monday, where they are working on planning our Youth in Government Day and also researching a number of different projects, including things related to mental health, sustainability, and also other areas. At that meeting, we also had a presentation by the Sister Cities program regarding the exchange program with Anjo Japan. We do have a community cafe meeting coming up. For those of you that are interested, this is part of a 7-session series. This will be the second one on November 30th. We had many members there. Actually, it was a sold-out event. It takes place the last Wednesday of each month from 5:30 to 8. We would love more youth community members to join in as well. I think there are only 2 seats left, so log on to the library website, or you can just go to Surf City Break and search for Community Cafe. You can register for just one session or all of them. I do encourage you to come. It's a great night. And then finally, just wanted to give some updates on homelessness and homeless prevention and behavioral health, and kind of some related issues. I got to meet with, or continue to meet with the mobile home group on the community services discussion that we've been doing. Specifically, we're working on planning an on-site pilot resource fair at Scandia in Q1 of 2023, where we're looking to bring together multiple local resources, including city, county, community services, the senior center, and Be Well, really to make sure that our friends in Scandia have all of the resources that they need right there. And this is a pilot, so perhaps we'll be able to bring this to other parks as well. I know we had our senior resource fair at the senior center, very helpful, but we want to be able to bring things to the parks directly as well, and also speak to the needs of each park. I was able to also meet with leadership from the Senior Center, also with Jason Austin and Chris Slama, to discuss planning and participation of that particular event. And we also discussed, speaking of homelessness and housing, resources and needs that they are currently providing seniors at the Senior Center who might be housing insecure, as far as people who might want to participate in home sharing and other alternatives too. We really want to make sure we're looking at all of the options for our seniors. And I really wanted to congratulate and thank the Senior Center who's already doing that, but hopefully we'll be able to broaden and make those programs more robust moving forward. Participated in a systems mapping charrette at the city on the ecosystem of homeless services in Huntington Beach. I'm happy to say that we are really working to balance all of the services that are being provided to our residents and the residents who are unhoused. one of the things that was done this last Sunday is our Orange County Philharmonic came to our Navigation Center as volunteers and played for our residents at the Navigation Center. I got to listen to that and see it, and it was very moving. Initially, there was only maybe 1 or 2 people out listening, and by the end, as they were listening to the beautiful music being played, there were over 40 people that were seated out there, along with their animals, listening. It was a very inspiring thing, and we're very thankful for the Orange County Philharmonic, who looks like they're going to be coming back and putting that on the regular schedule as well. In addition, we are working on planning a homelessness and mental health in Huntington Beach services providers event, also in early quarter Q1. We're looking at gathering over 40 entities, including HBPD, Homeless Task Force, Be Well, nonprofits, faith groups, county service providers, the healthcare providers, advocates, and more, really to work together, to link them together, gather feedback on system gaps, and to solidify the relationships and partnerships, along with the city's role of creating a true system of care, serving as really a bridge between the service providers and more. So look out for more information on that. Also wanted to give a PD Be Well Homeless Task Force update. I did get this update from Brian Smith earlier, or Sergeant Smith. Lieutenant Smith, sorry, he was upgraded a long time ago. But last week, I think it's really important to hear this, talking about this balance of different things that we're working on in the community with regards to homelessness. The Homeless Task Force officers and sergeants attended a 3-day psychiatric emergency response team, so a PERT training in San Diego. The course focused heavily on crisis intervention, recognizing and interacting with individuals suffering from mental illness, and resource treatment options for those individuals. So this is really giving, the large numbers of homeless in our community suffering from mental illness, it's giving the officers a greater ability to be able to work with them, with our Homeless Task Force, and also with Be Well as well. And then on the afternoon of November 9th, the Homeless Task Force officers, along with the Downtown Patrol Unit officers and the Be Well Hope team, conducted a focused operation in the downtown area. They connected with over 30 individuals, and 2 individuals were accepted, transportation to the Navigation Center. It's just really a wonderful thing when we can actually collaborate on efforts to help educate officers with the available resources for individuals in our community experiencing homelessness. It shows our commitment to assisting all of those that are out there. Also, it shows there's an opportunity for our Homeless Task Force officers to build upon relationships with our Downtown Patrol Unit officers, and they are currently doing that and working and benefiting from those services together. And then finally, they are looking to regularly coordinate activities, or continue to coordinate activities with Orange County Mental Health as well, to ensure that everyone is working cooperatively together towards a common goal. There is an upcoming event this Saturday for those who are experiencing food insecurity or food access issues. CalOptima Health invites you to a CalFresh enrollment and resource fair. You can find out more information on that at Surf City Break. It's on November 19th at Murdy Park from 9 to 1. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mosier. Good work. Ms. Bolton.
Okay, thank you. So I also attended the CalPERS event along with Mayor Pro Tem Posey and Councilmember Moser and also Councilmember Kalmick. It is very important from my perspective to make sure that I understand and learn about how we manage our pension obligations, because that is a huge responsibility for our employees and first responders who retire, and for ourselves. And cities can get themselves into a lot of trouble by not appropriately managing pension obligations. It's a big deal, and I think that the decision to do the obligation bond was a very wise decision, because I think we're in a much better place right now than we would be if the council had not done that. So again, I'll continue to try to learn as much as I can about dealing with pension obligations. Let's see. also attended a meeting along with the city manager with the community group about Edison Park. So we're continuing to have discussions with the community about what types of things and what types of amenities people want to see at the park. And the Huntington Beach Human Relations Committee had its regular meeting this past week also, and we had as a guest Assistant District Attorney Billy Ha, who came to talk about how the District Attorney's Office handles hate crime allegations and prosecutes those. And I was bummed that I didn't get to see the whole thing because I got a phone call from across the street to pick up my kid. Somehow we got stuff all screwed up. But it was great that the DA's office came out to talk to the Human Relations Committee and to share that information so that we understand a little bit about what they do to combat hate crimes. Let's see, there was a women's leadership lunch that was hosted by the Orange County Council of Governments and had as a special guest speaker the CEO of United Way OC. And one of the really cool things about that gathering was that we took some time to talk about the people around us who inspire us. And it ended up being very moving. There were elected women from several different cities, and a lot of people are inspired by people who they work with, and I'm inspired by my colleagues here. So it was good to be able to have those conversations and recognize those relationships. And then, of course, last but not least, the Veterans Day celebration on the 11th was fantastic. Thanks to the American Legion for hosting that. It was a beautiful day on Pier Plaza. So glad to see that at Pier Plaza instead of in the bowl. It's much nicer. Thanks, that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. I do have some updated news. It probably doesn't impact as many of us up here, but if you take the train down through San Clemente, you should be paying attention because the hillside is slipping. And OCTA, along with federal and county public works, are doing what they can to secure the hillside so it does not slip. That's going on almost daily. And I did attend a grand opening, or the re-grand opening of the Vista View Middle School. And it's actually in Fountain Valley, but it's part of Ocean View School. And the updating was part of the program that they had to remodel the schools. Well, I don't know, I mean, many of you may have children or grandchildren that go to these kind of schools. This was remarkable. They just had things that I have not seen in schools, but one of the better ones was you could easily have a hallway of rooms, and then the walls would fold, so you could have the whole thing open. And they have so many more topics to work on. For example, they had a culinary for the students, and they have, of course, a complete kitchen, and they made wonderful chocolate chip cookies that made the school just smell wonderful. So that was quite good. And then for the Veterans Day Assembly, Village View Elementary had myself and Chief Parra and a few of the other officers to celebrate Veterans Day. And every class at the school either sang a song or a poem or something related to the veterans. And there was 20 veterans guests to acknowledge and to honor. So it was really very special, and I don't think there's anything better than children's voices. So at this point, I think that's it. I'm going to go ahead and turn now over to the city manager and ask for his report.
Mayor, in light of the public comments tonight, I have a brief update on the housing element to share with the community.
Please, go ahead.
The housing element is scheduled for a public hearing before the Planning Commission tomorrow night at 6 p.m. in the City Council chambers. The Planning Commission is considering option number 3, which is inclusive of option number 2, as presented to the City Council on the study session here on November 1st. This will remove, this option is the removal of the affordable housing overlay in SB 7 and an overall density reduction in the area north of Garfield from 70 dwelling units per acre to 35 dwelling units per acre. And it also does a substitution of the frontier property, as discussed in the planning, in this study session, to rezone from 25 dwelling units per acre to an affordable housing overlay with 70 dwelling units per acre maximum. The Planning Commission serves as a recommending body to the City Council, and therefore their decision is not final, but the community, the public can provide public testimony orally at the hearing tomorrow or in writing via email at to planning.commission@surfcity-hb.org. After the consideration by the Planning Commission tomorrow night, the recommendation will be forwarded to the City Council for the City Council's consideration on the November 29th meeting, which will also be a public hearing. The public can provide testimony at the hearing on that night orally or in writing via email at city.council@surfcity-hb.org. Adoption of the zoning amendments implementing the housing element is anticipated to be considered by the City Council on December 6th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else to add to the, yes, if you want to clap, go ahead. City manager's report other than that?
That is all.
Okay, great. We'll move on to the consent calendar. Items number 8 through 17. If there's anyone who would like to pull an item, please let me know. 10, okay.
11.
Okay. Anybody else? Then we need a motion to go ahead and adopt and approve.
Moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. So I think it was Mr. Posey first and Ms.
Minus
Mosier
10 and
sec-
11.
Yeah. Yes. Holding out on number 10 and number 11.
Madam Clerk, I'm a no on 9 and 13.
Okay. Did you get that, Patty?
I'll make mine simple. I'm a no on 11.
So we have number 8, passed 601 with Councilmember Carr absent. Number 9, passed 511 with Councilmember Peterson no and Councilmember Carr absent. Number 12 was 601 with Councilmember Carr absent. Number 13 would be 511 with Pass 511 with Peterson no and Carr absent, and 14, 15, 16, 17, 601 with Councilmember Carr absent.
Okay. Ms. Bolton, please.
Yes, so I'll move the item, but I just wanted to pull it to say thank you to the members of the Human Relations Committee who spent months and months preparing a report in response to a request from the council from last year on how to support folks who are victims of hate crimes and hate incidents with the uptick in those, particularly against members of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. I think it put a renewed focus for people on hate crimes and hate incidents and what that does to people in the community. So I think the chair of the HRC is here. I don't know if she's still here. I did see Debbie Parrott, the vice chair. Yeah, there they are. Thank you so much for the work that you did. Thanks to Sergeant Munoz from the HBPD who helped work on this as well, and also staff as always, so Grace Taylor-Yoon. I read the report. You guys did a fantastic job. It will be very helpful to us as we consider ways to modernize what we do to support victims of hate crimes and hate incidents. So I am moving the item.
Okay.
I'd like to second it, but I'd also like to make a comment.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I also wanted to thank the Human Relations Committee. That was kind of my first foray into Huntington Beach government, and I know how much work goes into it, and particularly that group just really gives it their all, and I think we should acknowledge all volunteer members of boards and commissions for all of the hard work that they do and the great work that they provide. I also wanted to mention the ad hoc committee that worked so hard on this, which was Vanessa Chow, Hemish Patel, Dr. Hemish Patel, Ileana Velasquez, and also to acknowledge former member Teresa Carlisle as well. Of course, Sergeant Munoz and also Grace. So much work has gone into this, and it's just really, it's such an important thing, not only to have that committee, but also to make sure, as was asked of them, to have this recommendation for us to consider as we move forward, really to make sure that those who experience any hate activities here in the community, that we know what we're doing and when those things occur. And our police department does a wonderful job. They really coordinated well with this and collaborated well, but there's just always a little bit more we can do, and also to make sure that there's really true transparency, and also ensuring that our community members know who to go to, what to do, and that they feel supported. And so again, I really appreciate all of the work that's been done to create this, and look forward to having this inform us as we move forward. So thank you very much.
And thank you. Then we'll go ahead and move forward. Okay, oh, it's on the screen. There we go. And is yours good?
Well, the item passes 6-0-1 with Councilmember Carr absent.
Okay, then. Okay, let's see here. So we'll move on to the public hearing. And it's item number 1822-908. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you asking me? Oh, I apologize. He was just, thank you. Okay. Adoption ordinance number 4270, adopting 2022 model California construction codes, approved for introduction on October 18, 2022. The vote at that time was 6-0-1, Peterson absent. So Director Luna Reynoso, would you like to do the staff report?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Jasmine Daly, our building official, and over to my left, presented a detailed presentation on this item on October 18th. She's here to answer any questions you might have, and after such questions, please open the public hearing. Thank you.
I don't see any questions on behalf of council, so I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anybody who would like to speak on this item?
We have no public speakers, and I have no supplemental communications.
Thank you, City Clerk. We don't have none, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
Move the recommended item.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. So we have Mr. Peterson first and Mr. Posey second.
The item passes 6-0-1 with Councilmember Carr being absent.
Okay, our next item is 22-948, adoption ordinance number 4268, amending chapter 17.56 of the Huntington Beach Municipal Code, adopting California Fire Code, approved for introduction on October 18th, 2022. The vote was 6-0-1, Peterson absent. And Fire Marshal, is there a report?
Good evening, Mayor. Same as before, on October 18th, our Deputy Fire Marshal, Steve Eros, put together a presentation. Our Fire Marshal, Janice Van Mollem, is here to answer any questions you may have.
Oh, perfect. Okay, do I have any council member questions? All right, I'm not seeing any, so I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have anybody who wants to speak on this item?
No public comments, no supplemental communications.
Okay, so I'll close the public hearing.
Move the recommended item.
Okay.
Second.
All right, so I have Mr. Peterson first and Mr. Posey second.
Did you want to? Oh,
okay. Okay, let's see. There's
Item
Mr.
passes 6-0-1 with
Thank you.
Councilmember Carr absent.
So we'll move on to the next item, which is 22944, approval of the proposed extension of the city-owned Ocean View Estates Mobile Home Park, authorization to temporarily reduce rents for eligible senior mobile home owners at Ocean View Estates. Mr. Holtz, would you like to introduce this item?
Good evening, Mayor Douglas and City Council members. My name is Steve Holtz, Deputy Director of Community Development. With me this evening is Charles Kovac, our Housing Manager. And this item before you this evening is the proposed extension of the city-owned Ocean View Estates Mobile Home Park, known as OVE, and consideration of a temporary rent reduction for eligible senior mobile home owners at OVE. The mobile home park extension issue is a follow-up to a study session on this matter that was held on September 20th. And the temporary rent reduction question was discussed on November 1st as part of the Mobile Home Tenant-Based Rental Assistance Program and was requested to be brought back to the City Council for consideration together with this OVE extension matter. OVE is a 9.3 acre, 44 space city-owned mobile home park located near the northeast corner of Golden West Street and Ellis Avenue that was created as an interim relocation site for mobile home owners displaced by redevelopment projects that took place in Huntington Beach during the 1980s and 1990s. OVE is intended to become a functioning part of Huntington Central Park upon closure of the mobile home park and relocation of the existing tenants. Rental agreements for most of the residents at OVE contain a park closure date of September 30th, 2024, with one household holding a life estate rental agreement that does not expire. As shown here, OVE closure will require replacement housing, relocation of tenants, remediation of the mobile home park infrastructure, and creation of a passive recreational park. Should the City Council direct that OVE should close by September 30th, 2024, there will be a number of legal obligations and noticing deadlines the city must follow, and it will be necessary to start the procurement of a relocation specialist within the next 45 days to initiate this process to meet these statutory deadlines. The city receives approximately $686,000 in gross annual revenue from space rent at OVE, of which $80,000 is budgeted for maintenance costs and $34,000 or 5% for vacancy. This revenue, less maintenance and vacancy, is deposited into the general fund. At present, there are no funds encumbered to pay for the closure of OVE in 2024. We will be outlining a number of scenarios for a possible extension of OVE beyond 2024 to allow the city to save the necessary funds to pay for the costs associated with closing the mobile home park and potentially creating a new passive recreational park in its place. At its September 20th study session, the City Council asked several questions and requested additional information regarding the following topics. In October, housing staff updated its survey of move-in space rent for mobile home parks located in the city. This survey revealed that OVE's space rent, while not the lowest, is slightly below the average space rent as compared to mobile home parks with similar amenities, and these are parks with a clubhouse but not a pool. This chart shows current move-in space rent for all mobile home parks in Huntington Beach, excluding the one resident-owned park. Blue bars represent all-age parks, yellow bars represent senior parks, and the red bar represents OVE. This chart shows that OVE's move-in space rent of $1,358 is 29% below the citywide rent average of $1,913. Extending the operation of OVE between 5 to 10 years would require capital improvement investments shown here, such as resurfacing the interior roadway and driveways, replacing the clubhouse shade structure, and replacing the landscape irrigation pump. Operation of 10 to 20 years would require additional investments, such as painting and re-roofing the clubhouse and an asphalt overlay for the park roadway. Extending operation of OVE beyond 20 years will require an additional slurry coat to the roadway and driveways and repainting the clubhouse as shown here. If the City Council were to approve a shorter extension of 5 years or less, staff would recommend deferring these capital investments. Similarly, staff believes a shorter extension would not encourage residents to continue investing in maintaining and upgrades to their homes. The land on which OVE is located is zoned public parkland, as the property was acquired for public park purposes upon the closure of OVE. Once the mobile home use terminates, the land will become park property pursuant to the various relocation and purchase agreement documents. Accordingly, any future development of the site other than parkland would be subject to Measure C, which requires consent of the City Council and a majority of the electorate prior to leasing property or constructing significant structures in city parks and beaches. In addition to Measure C, the city must comply with the California Surplus Land Act prior to selling or leasing of this land. The Surplus Land Act requires local agencies to prioritize opportunities for certain uses, particularly affordable housing development, for any land the entity may sell or lease. Under this law, OVE property would qualify as surplus land because it is greater than 5,000 square feet and more than the minimum legal residential building lot size required under the zoning and subdivision ordinance. Therefore, any disposition of this property must follow the requirements of this law. Subject to satisfaction of Measure C, general plan and zoning map amendments, and California Surplus Land Act provisions, which would be challenging to overcome, OVE homeowners could establish a homeowners association, which could purchase the park and assume park operations. Based on a review of mobile home park sales in Orange County over the last 7 years, the average purchase price per mobile home is $326,454. In researching state-sponsored programs to assist mobile home park residents with low-cost financing to purchase their mobile home parks, these programs are currently only available for low-income residents, mobile home parks located in rural communities, and mobile home parks located in smaller cities with populations below 40,000. Charles will now go over the various options the City Council may wish to consider for a possible extension of OVE beyond 2024.
Thank you, Steve. Staff has prepared various OVE closure scenarios based upon cost to close OVE, provide replacement housing and required relocation benefits to mobile home park residents, to remediate the mobile home park use, to create a passive recreational park, and as discussed at the September 20th study session, possibly provide an annual contribution of 15% of OVE's net operating revenue to the maintenance of Huntington Central Park. Scenario number 1 of the 3 scenarios contemplates only the closure of OVE and the relocation of residents and remediation of the infrastructure at OVE, including the removal of any abandoned mobile home units, slabs, and existing hardscapes such as roads and driveways. This scenario assumes that 65% of the OVE lease revenues will be directed to a special reserve fund to pay for the future OVE closure costs related to relocation and remediation, with the balance of 35% of the revenues continuing to be deposited into the city's general fund. In this scenario, staff has provided 4 options at 10, 15, 20, and 25 years to consider. The green bars here represent projected accrued savings, and the blue bars represent projected closure expenditures at 10, 15, 20, and 25 years intervals. This chart shows a 10-year extension of OVE under this scenario does not provide sufficient time to accumulate revenue to cover the park closure costs. At 15 years, 20, and 25 years, as shown here, revenues exceed OVE closure costs, and any of these scenarios could be implemented. While this option would not provide funding to create a passive recreational park, it is anticipated that within 15 years, sufficient park development impact fees may be accumulated to cover the development costs of this new park. Additionally, this This option preserves a portion of lease revenue for the general fund and provides existing residents at OVE the security for their future. For this reason, staff recommends the 15-year extension option. Scenario number 2 contemplates, again, the closure of OVE and the relocation of residents and the remediation of the infrastructure, but also contemplates the development of a passive recreational park to replace OVE. This scenario assumes that 100% of the OVE lease revenues will be directed to that special reserve fund to pay for the future OVE closure costs, including relocation and remediation, and the creation of a passive recreational park. Under this scenario, no OV lease revenues would be deposited into the city's general fund going forward. So this is what scenario 2 looks like. Similar to the previous chart, the green bars here represent projected accrued savings, and the yellow bars represent projected expenditures at 10, 15, 20, and 25-year intervals. This chart includes the additional cost of building a new passive recreational park to replace OVE. As shown here, a 10 or 15-year extension of OVE does not provide sufficient time to accumulate the revenues to cover the costs associated with OVE closure and creation of a passive recreational park. At 20 and 25 years, accumulated space rental revenue exceeds or is within 1% of these costs. Therefore, this scenario at 20 or 25 years could be implemented without affecting the general fund beyond the loss of future rent revenue. The final scenario is scenario number 3, contemplates again the closure of OVE, the development of a passive recreational park to replace OVE, and the diversion of 15% of the net revenues generated by OVE space rent, which is approximately $100,000, to be used for maintenance costs at Huntington Central Park, which represents approximately 1/3 of the current Huntington Central Park landscaping annual budget. This scenario assumes that 85% of the OVE lease revenues will be deposited into the Special Reserve Fund for future OVE closure costs and the creation of a passive recreational park, with the balance of 15% of revenues for Huntington Central Park maintenance. None of the OV rental revenue in this scenario would be deposited into the city's general fund. And this is how scenario 3 looks like, and based upon the 4 options in this scenario, again, 10, 15, 20, and 25 years, only the 25-year extension would provide sufficient time to accumulate the revenues needed to be generated to cover the costs associated with the OVE closure and create a passive recreational park, along with funding for maintenance at Huntington Central Park. Finally, on November 1st, if we recall, the City Council approved the Mobile Home TBRA program to temporarily assist very low-income senior mobile homeowners to pay their space rent. At the meeting, staff recommended eligible residents at the city-owned OVE mobile home park would not participate in that program and instead would be eligible for temporary rent reductions consistent with the mobile home TBRA subsidy. City Council directed that the question of whether OVE residents should participate in the mobile home TBRA program or receive temporary rent reductions be considered as part of this broader OVE mobile home park extension discussion, as it would impact park revenue and potentially influence the City's Council decision regarding the park extension timeframes. Staff is aware of at least 6 of the 44 total residents who could potentially be eligible and qualify for the mobile home TBRA program. While staff does not know household incomes for these residents, assuming income for all 6 of these residents is solely derived from Social Security benefits and the benefit level is a standard amount based upon age, the anticipated financial impact in all 6 residents received Temporary rent reductions would be around $119,000 over a 2-year period. Should the City Council approve temporary rent reductions for eligible OVE residents, staff recommends these residents must apply for assistance within the 1-month mobile home TBRA application period anticipated to be open in January of 2023. Because federal funds would not be utilized to provide this rental assistance, the City Council may adopt different subsidy parameters than the mobile home TBRA program, including the amount of assistance and duration of assistance. Now I would like to turn the presentation back over to Steve for him to conclude.
Thank you.
Thank you. Staff recommends that the City Council authorize an extension of OVE for a period of 15 years through September 30th, 2039. Direct that 65% of OVE's net revenue be deposited in a special reserve fund for future OVE closure costs. Direct staff to provide an assessment of the special reserve fund's 5 years prior to the planned OVE closure date. Authorize a revised rental agreement reflecting the new closure date, and authorize a temporary rent reduction for eligible seniors at OVE consistent with a mobile home TBRA program. That concludes staff's presentation. Charles and I are available for any questions.
City Council members, do you have any questions of staff? Yeah. Okay, I didn't see your name here, so go ahead, Mr. Posey.
Yeah, I have a property tax question. We've been sort of trying to figure this out here in the last few minutes. Since we own the land and government owning land is property tax exempt, do we pass any property tax on the land only to the tenants?
When the city leases property and we're tax exempt to a private entity for private use, they are subject to possessory interest tax. So the county asks us for all of the leases that we have where we are leasing our property to private entities, and they calculate a possessory interest based on the terms of the lease.
Okay. Thanks.
Could you say more about that? What I mean is, does the rent have anything to do with it at all?
The county does use the rental rate to help them determine the possessory interest amount.
Okay, and that's on all facilities that are tax exempt.
So city-owned.
City-owned, right.
That we lease to a private entity for private use.
Okay, great. Ms. Mosier?
Thank you. First, I just wanted to thank you for answering all of our questions from the last session. I think it really helps us to be able to make an informed decision today. And I appreciate the staff recommendation. Specifically, I think that it kind of serves all of our purposes because it helps provide predictability and the ability to plan for the tenants who are there. Mm-hmm. And also, it provides us the ability to plan as the city, which I feel like it's interesting that that end date of 2024 was there without really any planning, what do we do, right? So I appreciate the fact that we're taking the time to allow others to plan, make improvements, the city to do so, and also to plan to move forward. As was mentioned earlier, affordable housing is one of the most challenging things right now that we're dealing with as a country, I think even, and certainly locally. We've heard everyone tonight. We definitely want to make sure that, or I want to make sure that you have that predictability and you have that time in your homes as well. For me, the 15 years seems to make sense overall. If it didn't, it'd go to the 25 pretty much. But for me, the 15 years makes sense with the ability to still retain funds for the general fund, also put money away to plan for later. And then finally, with the mobile home TBRA, I did have a question. So I know we're looking here at the possibility of the month that we're providing for the application process for the standard mobile home TBRA process. That makes sense. It's consistent with that. I know you mentioned that we have the ability, unlike with the other program, because they're our funds, to work with the amount and duration of assistance. It's my thought that we would probably want to be consistent with the other program. But my question is, because I know with the other program, we've had concerns about what if we don't have money the second year or things like that. Here, I think it's fair to say this would go to through the 2 years because we know what monies we have. But my question really is, after those 2 years, I know we're making a decision today on the overall piece of this, would we be able to bring it back if we then decided to do something again at the end of those 2 years for the overall mobile home TBRA program?
I think that would depend on the council perhaps directing that if all of the eligible residents were served, that they could be eligible to be served again.
How is that the same in the current mobile home TBRA program? I don't remember.
We're actually seeking guidance on that. We don't know the answer to that question yet.
So that could help guide us with regards to this to see whether it would come back. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Mr. Holtz, I have a question. I thought Ms. Mosier laid out the items. I just want to make sure, only because there were so many choices, and I did this last time. This one does not include extra funds would go into Central Park maintenance, is that correct?
That's correct.
It's on another.
It does not include.
It does not, yeah, it's on another choice. Okay. Mr. Kalmick.
I thank you so much, Mayor and staff, for working really hard on this to come up with something that makes sense. I asked a bunch of questions to try to hit all four corners of the box. You guys had answers that weren't like, well, we hadn't thought of that, which it was, we thought of that, we ran the numbers, it didn't make any sense. And so what I like this does not lock us into anything, but it gives residents some definition on what their housing needs are, what their housing is going to look like for the next 15 years. I appreciate that it doesn't lock us into the special reserve fund. It just allocates it. But if everything goes sideways, we're like, all right, we're going to go spend that on something else. But at least it sets a goal. Because we knew about, I remember hearing about this park 10 years ago. Hey, it's going to close in 4 years, and we just okey-doked the leases without a plan, and we're back here again. And then I really appreciate the check-in, right? I think in 10 years, we need to check in and see where everything's at. Interest rates could be anywhere. So I really appreciate that piece as well, and that it does check in on Mayor Pro Tem Posey's park development fees to see if we've got it, if we're going to have to extend leases another 5 after that, if we don't have enough money in there in order to generate enough. And then I think we'll see, 10 years from now, who knows, it's what everything's going to look like. Is it waterfront property at that point? Who knows? Yeah. So, and then with regard to the rent reduction for eligible seniors, I would recommend that we tie the OVE process to the mobile home TRA program. For when they come back together. So when it comes back and says, hey, we're out of money for this, I would probably say it would make sense just to tie those two together. And then when they come back, let council decide, hey, the TBRA program's out of money. Do we want to continue that for OVE? I think there's just decision points. They should go in tandem together. I had a little bit of heartburn about going into general fund on a program that we'd created to try to do something. But I kind of was thinking, as folks were talking tonight, that I think I told some of the seniors in the conversations is like when I came up with the TBRA program with Councilmember Mosier, it was what we could do, right? It was what we had the tools to do that I could say, yes, I can do this. Based on the election, mobile home stabilization ordinance likely wouldn't have passed, and so. I think this again falls into that bucket of something that we can do. And so I think that tying this to that, and it's per year, it's what we spend on paper probably in some departments. So I think it's a de minimis amount, but can have a direct positive impact on 6 families in a situation where living in a, as I think Ms. Plum says, an immobile home. And that we have the ability to help folks out that are in need that meet a very stringent standard, right? Like we have, you're in pretty bad shape at that point if you're over 50% of your household, and that's starting to get stressful. And so I think if we have the ability to help some folks out with the tools that we have in our tool belt, I think that's absolutely appropriate. especially as inflation and the cost of the dollar doesn't go as far as it used to. So I think this is an excellent program. I'm glad that we were able to put something together so quickly, and that we can start helping folks hopefully early next year. But I think that the one little tweak would be to tie the the city's dollars with the TBRA program, and do an update and check in with council every time it comes back for if we run out of money, or if there's plenty of money, that we can continue those together.
Do you want to add that as a?
Go ahead and move the item.
I have a few more speakers, but just
yeah,
wanted to make
yeah,
sure.
that's fine.
Mr. Peterson, Ms. Bolton, Mr. Posey. Do you want to
Yes.
speak?
I'll be supporting it. I never knew why we were ever closing this. I have no problem being a landlord. I mean, we own the yacht club, we own the stuff on the pier. It's a good community. It doesn't take a lot of maintenance. It brings in revenue. I would have wished to see some of that revenue, because it's in the park, go back to the park. You know, I thought that was a great idea. I really don't. I wouldn't want to see it ever closed. Just keep it a park. I mean, I have no problem with that. But I'll support the item now, and I don't know, maybe it can come back and we can change it for a few more years and say, hey, let's use some of that and put it in. So it just seems like a good option. I mean, a sensible option to take some of that revenue and put it back into the park. But it's not in this. I don't want to mix it all up now, but we can just.
I did want to just quickly speak to that, because staff looked at it and we thought it was a good idea as well. But ultimately, you all have the discretion at any time to take your general fund money and put it into Central Park. And we thought that we were further restricting you on a fund that you have complete discretion over. And so it was for that reason that we did not end up including it. And then I did also quickly want to talk about the idea of the property, continuing. I think that checking in gives councils the ability to look at that. And I will say that because this is zoned parkland and because of the restrictions that the city has on parkland, this is the only way to monetize this property. So if that becomes an issue in the future in terms of revenue and whatnot, I think it's an option until a council decides to pull the trigger and close it down. So I just wanted to add that.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I'd like to add to Mr. Peterson's comment too, because I felt the same way, which is why I was asking about the people in the park that do a lot of the volunteering thought that was a great idea as well. We'll have to come up with something else. But I agree. I mean, 15 years from now, I mean, I realize we won't be here, but the fact that it's going to come something else, I mean, it's so much work. It's like.
Doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. I'd rather have the people live there happily ever after. Okay, Rhonda, I think.
Yeah, just
Yes.
a very quick question. I just wanted to ask what inflation assumptions you use for the calculation, so for like the capital costs that needed to be invested, because I just didn't see it and I may have overlooked it.
Yeah, for those capital costs, we used 3% because that's been the historical. Granted, it's a lot higher now, but we hope that, we all hope that over 15 years, it does come down to what it's been over the last 20 years.
Oh, go ahead.
Sure. With regards to the check-in that you were just kind of mentioning right now, if we were to go to 15 years, which I imagine it looks like we are, when would the check-in happen? So maybe perhaps that council at that time could say, I want to extend it for another 15 years. We're changing our minds. Would that happen in like 10 years or?
So the idea was there's options before you. So if the council chooses the 15-year option, it would be at year 10. So 5 years prior, just to give the council a plan and also the residents certainty.
Great, that's wonderful. And then the other thing I just really wanted to comment on is I appreciated the fact, and I don't think we specifically asked for this, but I think it's important, that you included the park conversion to resident ownership item and also the right of first refusal information, because I know with some of the sales of the other parks that have gone on, some of those things, those are not things that I understood all of the details about before, so I think it's important that that's mentioned here. I know it was basically that there is no right of first refusal to a resident, but that if you have an HOA, there is some communications that need to be there to potentially have that possibility of the HOA working with the residents to buy the park. Is that right?
That's right. They have to form a HOA and then register and then send an annual letter of their interest of purchasing the park if it becomes available for sale.
I also appreciate, though, here that because of where it's at, how it's zoned, it does make it very difficult with the Surplus Land Act, though, but that information is there so that people know what the challenges are and what's available to them. So I just wanted to thank you for adding that in there.
Ms. Bolton, do you have anything further? Okay, Mr. Posey.
Yeah, I'm gonna support it too, but a little bit. I have a comment about D, but I'll go to A first. I do want to commend staff for mentioning CalPERS because as Mr. Kalmick, Ms. Mosier, and Ms. Bolton and I all witnessed at the elected officials conference at CalPERS, it's not going to get any better with the returns at negative 6.1%. I don't know if that's going to continue or they're going to go back up or what. But at some point, in 2 years, I think we're going to be looking at potentially another discount rate reduction, which is another boost to employer contributions, and adding back into the UAL. So leaving this option to be able to tap into these funds to address that is a plus. And also, as Director Luna Reynosa said, this is really the only opportunity to monetize this piece of property. And that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to make sure that we protect the taxpayers with our assets. You know, that's why we looked at putting out to bid the art affair. That's why we put out to bid the Let's Go Fishing. That's why we do a lot of these things so that the asset that's owned by the taxpayers generates the best return for the taxpayers. And there's a responsibility that we have on what that capital investment is worth and what that return ought to be for the taxpayers, and not confer a gift of taxpayer funds or taxpayer assets. So on D, we're already 9% lower than what the competition is. So as long as, I guess, we follow the protocol of using a temporary rental assistance to offset that, I'm fine. But one of the things that I want to make sure that we're all cognizant of, especially if we look at this in 5 years, or you guys look at this in 5 years or 10 years, is that the capital improvement cost, this is also a cost to the taxpayers, but it's also an investment to the taxpayers, and it's an investment for the Ocean View Estates residents, in that we're going to be spending almost a little over 10% of the net revenue every year on capital improvements. That's a pretty aggressive investment. And with that investment, there's added value. Added value means that there should be an opportunity to increase the rent and not decrease the rent. So, you know, I'm just really, and I guess, advising that those that are going to be here and those that are coming in to really be conscious of this, that you have an irreplaceable asset, you're going to make some significant investments in this asset, and that the taxpayers that are really letting this happen deserve a return on that investment, especially since they're sacrificing that space for parks. And we heard from Ocean View Estates residents, basically exclusively, that we have enough parks. And not sure if we do, not sure if we don't. But if I lived in a park and my park was going to be turned into a park, I'd probably say we have enough parks. But that's just my 2 cents worth. I'm going to support it too, kind of with, you know, maybe my fingers crossed. So.
Okay, did you want to make a motion, Mr. Kalmick? Yeah, all right, but did anyone second it?
No, we didn't have a second on the floor.
Okay, so could you repeat
Oh,
it?
Mike, I'm sorry.
Why don't you repeat
So the
it?
motion was the recommended action, but tying the, having staff bring back the TVR, always bring back the TVRA program and the city's subsidy at the same time.
And who seconded? Mr. Peterson? Okay, so we have first with Mr. Kalmick, second Peterson. Are you clear about what the motion is?
Yes, it's amended to bring back, you tying the Ocean View program with the TEPRO program, right?
Right. Okay. All right. Okay, now.
Motion passes 601 with Councilmember Carr being absent.
So now we're going to move on to item 21, and that's 22-956. Approve the classification and compensation study implementation plan by adopting resolutions. I'm not going to read it all. I'm going to let you, Ms. Mello, go through it. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight we're discussing the proposed implementation plan for the classification and compensation study. We do have our consultant, Bob Longmire, available via Zoom if you have any questions during the presentation or at the end. And so for some background information, in both memorandum of understandings for the Huntington Beach Municipal Teamsters and the Management Employees Organization, the city agreed to conduct a classification and compensation study. This was first included in the 2019 MOUs and has been included in the successor MOUs. The city last conducted a comprehensive classification and compensation study about 16 years ago. And so it's beneficial to periodically conduct these studies to help ensure that our classification plan is still meeting our operational needs. It provides an opportunity to update and modernize our job titles and our job families to provide alignment between and within departments. And when we update our classification plan, it provides a sound basis to look at our compensation associated with each position and to ensure that we're looking and remaining competitive in the market. So back in March 2021, the City Council approved an agreement with our consultant, public sector personnel consultants, to conduct this study. So we've been working on it for the past year and a half or so. And at that time, the City Council approved our comparison market. And so that includes 8 agencies in Orange County with a population greater than 100,000, as well as Newport Beach for a beach city. So specifically, that's Anaheim, Costa Mesa, Fullerton, Garden Grove, Irvine, Orange, Santa Ana, and Newport Beach. And so over the past year, or year and a half, we've worked with our employees to look at their job duties by conducting position analysis questionnaires, and we looked to see in the market for similar positions to make sure that we were comparing apples to apples. And then our consultant conducted a market analysis that looked at both the base salary as well as the total compensation, which includes additional incentives and pays. First as of July 2021, and then that's been updated as of July 2022. Additionally, it's important to remember that our City Council approved new MOUs in late December 2021 as well as early 2022 that moved most of our associations closer to the market rate, as well as moved them onto a new master salary schedule. So this really made significant progress in bringing us up to the market, and including internal equity within and across our departments. And it gave council an additional tool when looking at compensation, because our new salary range has salary ranges that are 1% apart. So it's much more fine-tuned, and we're able to make really precise, highly targeted moves on compensation using this new master schedule. And right now, it's important to note that we are facing significant challenges in the job market. We've seen increased difficulties in recruiting and retaining quality staff. Here at the city, we've had to rerun multiple recruitments, which means that our recruitments are taking longer to conduct, and those positions are remaining open longer, which does provide a reduction in service or extra strain on the staff that are taking over those job duties. Additionally, agencies in our comparison market that I just described have been passing MOUs with significant salary increases in response to COVID as well as the inflation that we're seeing. And so overall, our public sector organizations are really struggling to keep pace with the market while balancing financial sustainability just due to how fast the market has been moving. So to go over the results of our salary survey, which again was collected in July 2021 and then aged 2 times over the past year, we see that before the council MOUs took effect, we had about 4 out of 10 positions that were significantly behind the market. And the way that we define significantly behind the market is more than 5% behind the market rate. So we look at each position, the top of their salary, we take the average of that, and we compare the top of the city's salary versus those comparators. So prior to our MOUs, back in July 2021, we had about 41% behind of positions that were more than 5% behind the market, so market outliers. After the MOUs in January, that reduced down to 16% that were market outliers. And then as of the latest data collected in July, we have 21% of positions that were considered market outliers or significantly behind the market. And so that really fed into our proposed implementation strategy. We tried to look to balance the 3 legs of the stool, if you will. When we're looking at market data, we're looking at achieving internal equity and alignment, and we're, of course, considering the available budget, working closely with our finance department. And so this is a market-driven study, and so we looked at market data to determine how to move or adjust jobs onto the salary range that would bring them into alignment with the market, so that we no longer have these positions that are significantly behind the market, and we're now at market with this proposed plan. The proposed plan also ensures internal equity by looking at job families and positions with similar job functions across departments. And the proposed plan reduces the number of job titles by merging positions with similar job functions, providing more opportunities for succession planning in the city. And so Human Resources did meet and confer with the impacted associations during this process, and this has been an iterative process, and the proposed plan before you incorporates the feedback that we received. And just to give you an idea of the scale of the proposed changes, this is a table with every department lined out that shows the number of changes for creating new classifications, merging classifications that were existing, modifying either the classification or the pay range associated with that classification, and deleting outdated titles. So overall, there's about 247 changes proposed in the classification and compensation plans for the city. For the non-associated classification adjustments, the changes are proposed by the city manager to help strengthen the city's executive leadership team and ensure adequate retention and succession planning. And so the adjustments include adding a new title, modifying an existing title, and aligning select positions in the non-associated group up to the market average, including one amendment to an employment agreement that would resolve a compaction issue with the management team in that department. And so overall, the total cost of the proposed side letters to implement these changes with our Huntington Beach Municipal Teamsters, Management Employees Organization, Fire Management Association, and the non-associated group totals $1.35 million. And note that these costs are spread out across multiple fiscal years, as employees who are moved into these new salary ranges would have to earn a merit increase annually. So this will be cost spread out. Additionally, the side letters that are proposed with Marine Safety Management Association and the Surf City Lifeguard Employees Association, as well as the Huntington Beach Firefighters Association, have no costs associated. So they're classification changes or adjustments to an existing retiree medical trust at no cost. And so staff recommends the approval of the side letters and amendment to the employment agreement before you. And I'm happy to help answer any questions. And again, I have the consultant on the Zoom available as well.
Okay, let's see here. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Okay, Mr. Posey.
I hate going first.
Well, you got the floor.
Well, I do want to commend Ms. Mello and our consultant, too, for producing this voluminous amount of work. I can't even imagine where you would start, because I don't know where I would start if somebody asked me to do this. I guess start at the beginning. But, you know, I've been to a couple of conferences in the last couple of months. One was a city managers conference in Columbus, Ohio. And there were 2 or 3 modules for city managers to attend, and one was employee retention, and one was recruitment, and then the third one was recruitment in a small market. And I'm at a conference now, too, that has a similar theme. This is for counties and county supervisors and county CEOs. And the recurring theme there is retention and recruitment, particularly, and we're not a small market, so there's a little bit of a, you know, maybe a disconnect there, but some of the smaller markets are vulnerable to losing employees to big markets, big cities. And, you know, we put us into perspective and say, okay, well, you know, is Orange County a small market? No. Is Huntington Beach a small market? No. But is LA a big market? Yeah. Is San Diego a big market? Yeah. San Francisco, Oakland, Alameda, those are all big markets. That makes us vulnerable. And, you know, we went through this exercise with POA 2 years ago when we approved their contract. We had 7 or 8 economic points to do that, and it turned out that that adjustment was prescient. We ended up having full staff. We appropriately funded our police department in an era of defunding the police department. And we had full staffing for 3 weekends in a row of unrest. And we want to be able to do that here too. And I think that, you know, we look at, you know, incoming council, should they be making this decision or should we be making this decision? I don't think there's a wrong answer or a right answer, except that I'm going to be pleased to make this decision because I'm going to support it. It's the right thing to do, and it's good policy, and it really sets up the city for the long term so that we are competitive, we have modernized classifications, and we also make sure that we retain the best and the brightest that we spent a lot of time, and you spent a lot of time in your department, finding and recruiting, because it costs money to recruit. We know from 2 or 3 years ago when I asked Chief Handy how much does it cost to recruit a police officer, and maybe Mr. Chief Parra can corroborate or just nod his head or shake his head, I don't care. But he said that it can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars in the recruitment process, from the recruitment through probation. And we had lost 7 officers that previous year, so it could easily be concluded that it would cost $1 million to $1.5 million, maybe more, to replace those 7 officers and hold them through probation. So there's sound economics in doing what staff is proposing, and there are sound economics in following your recommendation. We have put a lot of work in this. This has gone on for several months. And we've spoken to you for sure, and I've spoken to Mr. Zelinka at length about it as well. So my intention is to support it. I'll let my colleagues continue to discuss it too, but I would like to take the pleasure of moving it.
So we have a motion. Do I have, oh, did you want to speak?
apologize for interrupting.
No.
Since you mentioned the recruitment costs, I did gather a statistic in case it would be helpful, that the Society for Human Resources Management, or SHRM, reports that on average it costs a company 6 to 9 months of an employee's salary to replace them. So for an employee making $60,000 annually, that comes out to $30,000 to $45,000 in recruitment and training costs.
That's a fascinating statistic. I appreciate you having that ready, and if I would have thought about it, I would have asked it.
And you probably
But
would have shared it.
I remembered my conversation with Chief Handy and how expensive it was, which, sort of, made the decision for the POA contract acceptance easier because it was sound economics. It was more expensive to not do it because, and I in my day job, I work with a lot of other cities, and a lot of cities have an issue with they can't be competitive in pay and benefits, and they remove employees from the org chart, and Human Resources says it doesn't matter if you take them off the org chart because I can't keep them. And, I know of cities that are losing, particularly public safety, to other agencies because they're not competitive. And I want to make sure that we're competitive, that we have a safe city for visitors and residents and businesses alike. And that's been our commitment. So thank you very much.
Mr. Kalmick?
Thank you. So thank you, Ms. Mello, and Bob, who's in outer space right now, for putting all this together and kind of walking us through this. I think in the best way I've seen this presented. It was easy to understand. You start to get into pay scales and steps and all of that, and you're moving 1% and up 5, and and it turns into chutes and ladders very quickly. So I appreciate that and really understanding that. I also appreciate Mr. Zelinka, our city manager's discussion of our non-associated employees, as we have, I think, an excellent management team here at the city, and we want to retain folks. And I think a lot of folks forget that as the board of directors of this municipal corporation, we're also a very large employer and a very large employer in this city. And so, we have to roll with the market forces as well. And since there are 2 jobs for every 1 person at this point, it's a job seekers market. And what the city does is service. I mean, that's effectively what we do. We want to make sure we offer the best services possible. And in order to do that, we have to pay our folks. We have to pay them a competitive wage and make sure that we are a great place to work and that people aren't always dusting off their resumes. And I think this achieves that goal. And I think it's something that we've been working on for 2 years now. And it's absolutely appropriate, I think, for this council to complete that work. And so I will second Mr. Posey's motion and continue this forward.
Very good. Ms. Mosier?
I really just would concur with all that we've already heard, but I think that it's just important to acknowledge, of course, we talked about the recruitment and retention costs, but one thing that you don't think about when you lose people is all of the knowledge. And when you lose that, that's something that you really can't even put dollars on. And so I think it's really important that we work to retain people, especially when we have an incredible team, that we've worked to be responsive to the job market while not trying to outrun it. But really, I think, be very thoughtful and mindful about that. So I too will be supporting this, but I'm glad also that City Manager Zelinka, I think, really looked at our management team to see how should this kind of be aligned? Are the titles correct? Are there opportunities there, again, to work to retain people and to provide people a place to work where they can really make the most of it and provide the best service to the residents. To structure things in a way where they're better able to do that was part of this, beyond just looking at the alignment as well. And also making everything more efficient by making it consistent across everything is going to really help as we move forward. So good job, Bob, in outer space as well, and for all that hard work. Thank you.
Ms. Mello, I would just like to also acknowledge, everybody pretty much said anything, but you've worked really hard at trying to make this easier to read. It's really, a lot of times, another language. But I'm going to give a shout out to Mr. Zelinka because of Mr. Bob. I don't know where he is now, but thank you, Bob, right? All right, so we have a first from...
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Oh, good, you're there. You are there. Thank you for your contributions in all seriousness, though, because I think you've done... and you've been a very great addition. Miss Mello, we already knew she was great, and you've just made her better. So thank you. Okay, so...
I appreciate the kind words. Thank you.
You bet. First, Mr. Posey, and second, Mr. Kalmick, and we're ready to vote. Okay, so that was that.
Motion passes 601 with Councilmember Carr absent.
Okay, so now we're going to approve the fiscal year 2021-2022 year-end budget adjustments and interfund transfer. So we have our CFO, and there he is. Okay, thank you. There you go.
Got it.
That's better.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So I'll be providing a financial update to you all, as well as provide recommendations on year-end budget adjustments. Also talk about what's on the budget horizon. So just to start, I wanted to give you a financial update. So the city is estimated to end the fiscal year 21-22 with a $5.5 million surplus, and this is primarily due to a stronger than anticipated recovery on our sales tax and a transient occupancy tax than anticipated. Although recently you all know about some of the challenges in the economy, which signal caution. Feds have increased interest rates 6 times in 2022. Also, there's an inverted yield curve with the 2-year and 10-year treasuries, which oftentimes signals a recession. And as I mentioned, inflation has been relatively high, although there's been a downturn recently. Inflation as of June was 9.1, and it's declined to 8.2% in September. And I think the latest news has it down to 7.7% in October. GDP the first 2 quarters has been negative. Most recently in third quarter, there's been an uptick, 2.6%. And then the overall market index hasn't been very good from year to date in calendar year 2022, as you can see here, although there's been recent improvements in the last month and a half. So these economic factors definitely has caused a lot of headwinds for expansion, investments, and consumer demand. Consumers are saving less, drawing from savings, and increasing credit usage, although there's been bright spots with the state unemployment level. September 2022, the unemployment's 3.9% after unemployment's peaked in May of 2022 with COVID at 16.1%. So although there has been a little bit of softening in the job market, as Councilmember Kalmick shared that there's 2 jobs per 1 job seeker. There's been slight decline, but not anything material at this point. So for the general fund, our actual numbers in 2021, we ended with a surplus of $5.2 million. We're projected to end 21-22, like I shared, at $5.5 million, and then for this current fiscal year, 22-23, we're projecting a $2 million surplus at this point in time. So just wanted to give you an update with CalPERS. I shared this the last time I shared our financial update with CalPERS. There's been slight change with CalPERS' 21-22 numbers. The original estimate is that they had a negative 6.1% return. The final number is negative 7.5%. And as you know, with any sort of returns less than 6.8% discount rate, there is an escalating UAL cost to the city, which Council has approved the Section 115 trust to address any sort of volatility that we see in the CalPERS return. And in October 18th, Council also approved additional funding to the Section 115 trust of $3 million to address that. So as of June 30th, we do have $15.4 million in the Section 115 trust fund. And then I updated the chart from what I shared previously to reflect the negative 7.5% return. There are 3 different scenarios here. We wanted to provide a sensitivity analysis for Council to see just how sensitive these CalPERS return rates are. The 3 scenarios are at 3.4% return this current year if CalPERS achieves that, 6.8%, which is the discount rate, and 10.2%. So if you look on the far right of the chart, the payments, the UAL payments ranges from $15 million with a 10.2% return to $26 million with a 3.4% return. So, but in the coming years, there are going to be changes, right? They're not going to always hit their 6.8% discount rate, but we'll continue to monitor that as we go along. But I just wanted to share with you the volatility that comes with CalPERS's returns every year. I also wanted to provide the Section 115 trust balance, so what we have in the CalPERS trust over the years projected out over the next decade. So with the current long-term financial plan and our current balance in the Section 115 trust with the different scenarios, with the 3.4% and 6.8% CalPERS return projected for this current fiscal year, it would show the city to be overdrawn 7 and 8 years out, so fiscal year 29-30 and fiscal year 30-31. So there's definitely a lot that can happen from now to then, but I think it's prudent to be able to look at what it looks like now and ensure that we're setting aside enough funds in order to address that volatility by setting aside additional funds even above and beyond what our UAL policy requires us to place in that Section 115 trust. And these are just the numbers 5 years out for the different scenarios. Scenario 1 at 3.4% CalPERS return. This is the least favorable scenario. We're hoping for something better, but it does show that we will have insufficient funds starting in fiscal year 29-30, even with our Section 115 trust. So again, my recommendation is that we continue setting aside funds in Section 115 trust, and if need be in the future, if CalPERS continues to have negative returns or unfavorable returns, that we may need to make operational adjustments in some time in the future. But in the near term, at least within the next few years, we do have operational surpluses. Scenario 2, this is at 6.8%, which is using CalPERS as a discount rate. Again, it projects using our Section 115 trust. We do have projected insufficient funds starting fiscal year 31, so it's about 8 years out. And our hope is that there will be a correction from what we've seen in the last 9 months or so. I'm hoping that we can recover somewhat of what we've lost in the last number of months. And then the most favorable scenario would be the 10.2% CalPERS return. This shows that we will have sufficient funds in the long term that will be structurally balanced with our current Section 115 trust contribution. So this is what we're hoping for, or maybe even better. Then I wanted to share the fiscal year 21-22 year-end budget adjustments that we are recommending. Those adjustments are requested in 12 separate funds, including the general fund. Adequate funding is available in all these funds that we are making recommendations to. So first I wanted to talk about the general fund adjustments. First is a $2 million transfer to our infrastructure fund to comply with our charter requirement to spend at least 15% of our general fund revenue on infrastructure. Also, it's to address rising cost of labor and material cost with inflation. Equipment replacement as well, $2 million. We're also seeing a lot of escalating costs in equipment. So this helps us to be able to afford the equipment that we need for our safety and all of our other functions within the city. And then finally, a $6,000 transfer. This is to reimburse the home fund for prior year admin expenses that were deemed ineligible under the grant program. So starting with our surplus of $5.5 million with these general fund recommendations, we would end the year with surplus of $1.5 million. And then for the other fund adjustments, first is workers' comp, $1.22 million. Originally in October 18th, Council approved a $3 million transfer from the general fund to the workers' comp fund. As we're closing out the years, we determined the expenditures that needed to be appropriated within the workers' comp fund itself. So this gets us there to match the added appropriation needed to address the rising medical cost and adjustments that we need to make with the new California laws that expanded the list of what's considered as injuries to be work-related. And then for the hotel motel business improvement district, $1.96 million to align the budget with the revenues that we actually receive. I shared that our hotel revenues went up this year, so this is really a pass-through. There's no additional expenditures or appropriation needed other than to true up what we are actually receiving and passing through to Visit HB. Then for community development, $45,000 to properly code CDBG funds, and then $822,000 for home fund transfer to the proper grant year. For public works, $371,000 to close out our grants in the highway safety improvement program. It's basically to true it up to what we actually received in grants. And then finally, non-departmental, $3,000 to Epic Challenge Grant Fund to correct some prior year miscoding. And then for public works, $5 million to appropriate Caltrans grant funding. We did receive $5 million in grant funds that we need appropriated for the Oakview Neighborhood Cleanup and Beautification Project. And then for our police department, a professional services contract extension. This doesn't require any additional dollars. This is just extending the contract for our records management system, CAD RMS software to a 5th year. And then wanted to talk about what's on the horizon with budget. So February 2023, we'll return to council with our mid-year update, and then also our final year-end audit results. We're about wrapping up our annual audit, so we'll be able to present that at that time. And then on our budget development calendar from December to May, we'll be working on the development of our budget. And May 16th would be when we would come back to council at study session to review the proposed budget. June 6th, first chance for council to approve the budget, and then another chance on June 20th to approve the budget, and then the fiscal year begins July 1st. And just to summarize the recommended actions, recommending to approve appropriations and or transfers of $12.4 million, 4 of that being in the general fund, would end the year at $1.5 million surplus. And there's additional appropriations that we need for the Oakview grant of $5 million and the police CAD RMS contract extensions. So that's all I had for tonight. I'm more than happy to take any questions that you may have.
Council members, do I have any questions? Mr. Posey?
Yes, with your CalPERS overview, I was remiss in not mentioning that you and I sat next to each other at the CalPERS conference, and you're a wealth of information and answered a lot of probably dumb questions from me, maybe good questions, I don't know, but I got quite an education. And I would suggest that, particularly for the council members that are here and the incoming council members, that there has to be a really conscious effort to look at CalPERS and the impact that it has. And, you know, we've certainly, this council made a big stride forward with pension obligation bonds, but that's just really, you know, getting started. There's concerns with environmental social governance. I brought that up at that conference. I brought it up here before. I wrote an editorial about it in the Register. We had the Finance Commission look at it. If I remember correctly, that the Finance Commission concluded that ESG suggested that an ESG investment suggested that it might have cost Huntington Beach upwards of $20 million in the UAL. We don't really have conclusive proof of that either, but there is no question that it does cost. What that cost is, I don't know, but the answer to addressing that is really think about revenue. And we have to think about revenue not with increasing taxes, but sound economic development, not only from businesses, maybe there's another car dealer that we can get, another hotel that we can get, and housing has to be part of that equation. So, you know, as we look forward to, you know, 13,368 units of RENA, it doesn't have to be 13,368 units. But half that is very significant in contributing to the bottom line, to the general fund, to the development impact fees for parks, sales tax revenue for new customers spending new money in the city, buying cars, and of course the property tax revenue. So with that, I'll move to adopt Mr. Bolason's recommendation.
Do I have a second? I'll second. Mr. Kalnick, second. Okay. Nobody else? We'll move it. Okay.
Motion passes 601. Councilmember Carr absent.
Okay, now we'll move to item number 23. That's 22-969, direct staff to draft a zoning text amendment to delete the cannabis prohibition, and to permit cannabis activities consistent with the council's ad hoc committee's recommendation. And I believe Mr. Beckman's here tonight to do that, right? Senior planner.
Thank you. I am, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. As you may recall, at the November 1st meeting, this item was tabled for tonight's consideration, and in that spirit, I would be happy to offer that if the council wishes me to provide a summary of that presentation, I can. Otherwise, you can also elect to kind of open the discussion, as none of the significant items for consideration have been modified. The one thing that I would highlight at this time is that as of tonight, the numbers for the cannabis tax measure O is that it came in as 54.1% in favor. So just to provide a little context to that. So again, I can provide an overview, or if you prefer, we can.
Why don't you do the overview again?
Certainly.
Not just for us, but I think people at home.
Absolutely, will do. So just to provide a brief background, this effort got started in December of 2020 when the ad hoc committee was convened. Since then, there have been a few study sessions. There's also been 2 staff-led community outreach events and several community meetings, the most recent of which was November 1st. As I mentioned before, the community outreach events were both in June and most recently in October. And in October, we received input from stakeholders, including business owners, residents, other members of the community, talking about Measure O itself, proposed operational hours, but also the buffer requirements for a future ordinance. Currently, the ad hoc committee's recommendation for the purposes of considering this zoning text amendment is largely based on land use policy recommendations. And as it stands, the recommendation would be to first delete the existing prohibition as it's currently outlined in the Huntington Beach zoning and subdivision ordinance, and also identify with new language, new land use and buffer restrictions that would apply to cannabis businesses. More specifically, there are both retail and non-retail cannabis activities that would be defined. And for buffer restrictions, retailers would be recommended to be located at least 1,000 feet from all schools, that's K through 12, and 600 feet from parks, licensed commercial daycare centers, and youth centers. And the measurement of these new businesses would be from the occupied premises of the business to the property line of the sensitive use. The subcommittee is also recommending that the council action would exclude the downtown specific plan and Sunset Beach specific plans. That means that no cannabis activities would occur within the boundaries of those areas. We would also, the recommendation would also be to exclude the entire coastal overlay zone as it exists. Delivery-only retail would be permitted in the industrial zones only, and that also means that retail would be permitted in commercial zones, in mixed-use zones, and permitted in multi-storefront buildings. Delivery-only retailers can also locate, oh, I'm sorry, I said that, pardon me. Speaking to non-retailers, again, we would place non-retail uses exclusively in the industrial zones. There would also be similarly excluded from the same specific plans, downtown specific plan and the Sunset Beach specific plan, and the buffer restrictions would be identical to that as recommended for retailers. In the course of preparing for council consideration, staff has prepared 2 buffer map options for your consideration. On the left is a map exhibit showing the application of buffers of 1,000 feet from K through 12 schools and 600 feet from sensitive uses. That's reflective of the current ad hoc subcommittee recommendation. As a result, approximately 336 properties would be retail candidate sites, and 262 properties would be non-retail candidate sites. For the purposes of comparison, at the July 5th City Council meeting, the council expressed an interest in a 1,000-foot buffer from both schools and sensitive uses. And in this scenario, which is reflected in the map on the right, approximately 248 sites would be retail and approximately 157 properties would be non-retail. Those sum up to be approximately 193 properties difference from the recommendation to the 1,000-foot exclusive buffer. Regarding next steps, the zoning text amendment request would be brought back to the Planning Commission for consideration as early as December 13th. Subsequent to the Planning Commission reviewing and rendering a recommendation, staff would bring the ZTA request to the council for consideration on or about January 17th. The direction has also been to continue our community outreach through early parts of 2023, as another next step would be to develop the operator permit and cannabis sign regulations per council direction. So there will be additional outreach events and additional Planning Commission and City Council meetings to discuss those items moving forward. However, tonight, staff is recommending that the City Council provide staff with the direction to produce the zoning text amendment that would delete the cannabis prohibition and add the language to allow cannabis activities that's consistent with the subcommittee's recommendation. And again, that is our brief presentation, and staff is present for any questions.
Okay, let's see. Mr. Kalnick.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate council taking the time to review this tonight. I think this is the next step in kind of moving this ball forward. In our last ad hoc committee meeting, the staff had talked to HDL, who are kind of they're a sales tax consultant, but they do cannabis process consulting. We've had them on retainer for quite some time, and they recommended that we bifurcate the process into a land use process and then a policies process, and this is the land use component of that. I think we've looked at these maps for about a year now. We started this process, probably 18 months ago, and so we've kind of gone around and around, and so I think the voters voted 54% to approve a cannabis tax. So if we choose to not continue this process, I'm confident that industry will put a ballot initiative on because the tax is in place. So they'll go ahead and write their own ordinance and make their own rules, and we will be out of the driver's seat again. So this process continues us down the line. I would note that it's my opinion that removing removing sites by going to the 1,000-foot buffer begins to very much restrict where cannabis can go, and to the point where you're going to run out of sites, and the whole process is for naught at that point. And likely, we're going to run into some pretty big real estate issues. The 600-foot buffers from sensitive uses. Now, for the parks, for instance, so if you look at each individual parks, you've got to cross multiple streets. So it's 600 feet as the crow flies. Where they're not talking about businesses opening up next door to parks. And again, what are we trying to regulate is, I guess, the bigger question. There are 3 alcohol permits across the street from Ocean View High School. You cannot walk into a cannabis store being under 21 without ID. They don't sell anything but cannabis. You go through an airlock configuration. So, the land use concern, I believe, should be presented as high traffic, high circulation retail. So you've got a lot of impact on a retail center, and so we want to make sure that the buffers are, the state buffers are 600 feet. We've added that to add schools in there. So by looking at the map for the 600 foot, I think it allows for a reasonable amount of locations that retail can go. If you start going property by property, I'd say back of the envelope, 30-40% fall off immediately, because there's like a McDonald's is one of them, like things that aren't going to become cannabis shops. They are established retail. So this map is all possible, but in reality, the maps are actually quite more restrictive than what you're seeing here, right? There's going to be people that have federal notes and aren't going to be able to lease to cannabis or sell that. And then again, there's going to be established places in there with grocery stores that aren't going anywhere, or as I said, like one of the sites is a McDonald's, and that's or the Olive Garden on Beach Boulevard. Like those are established locations, but they do qualify to be cannabis. But the probability that they're going to flip into something is pretty low. And so I think that having as many locations as possible is helpful. Now, noting that as part of the contemplated policy, the applicant would have to apply with their location in hand. So we would have an additional discussion as to points, and then potentially a subjective hearing process through a third party that would say, this is probably not an ideal location for cannabis. So even though the retail site on the map would allow it, we have another bite at the apple at this point. From a process standpoint, we're just directing staff to go to the Planning Commission with a new Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission would make a recommendation to council. There's plenty of time for a new council to put the brakes on this or make any changes along the way, or as it comes to council in January to say, no, we're not interested in that, and we can have that conversation. But there'll be at least 2 more public hearings, and then if the land use does pass, we do some more public outreach on the policy and keep the ball moving under the guise that I do believe that industry will come and take the driver's seat away from us if we don't continue to move this forward. So thank you so much, and I would make the recommendation for staff's recommendation.
Okay, Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, so I still won't be in favor of this. 1,000 feet is what I've heard from 90% of the people I've talked to, and that's property line to property line. So I mean, just that, and this just seems like it's being pushed like right at the end here. I don't understand. I know that there's consultants backing you that want you to do this. I've talked to the industry. I think they'd probably have a better policy than we're putting together. But I'm not going to be approving this at all. I mean, everyone I've talked to, they want 1,000 feet from everything. And I just don't think that the 600 feet from sensitive uses is enough.
I have a question. Do other cities do it that way? Do they have 1,000? I like the 1,000 myself, but I was just curious from...
Some. Most go by the state, which is 600. Some do 1,000. There's a few that do 1,000 from everything. I mean, it's just different.
Go ahead and speak into the mic.
Depends on the geography of the city, though. And so we looked at the maps and compared how many spots would be available with 1,000 versus 600, and we have to come up with something that's feasible. But I want to dial back and just explain why I am going to second Mr. Kalmick's motion and why I support just kind of continuing along the path that we have been on. To me, it's really an issue of local control. And I think that I don't think it's logical for us to complain about a lack of local control in, other circumstances, but then, we give up local control in an instance where we do have it. Now, the ballot initiative process is what it is. It's wonderful, part of California law. It's been a part of history since the early 1900s. I heard a really awesome lecture about it. I won't bore you with all of those details, but it is what it is. So if we do not act, yes, then we will have someone come in, and their proposal is not going to have 1,000-foot buffers, and their proposal is not going to have a cap of 10 retail locations. They're in the business of maximizing profits, and so why would they do that?
I have a question.
So, I think I'm in favor of us controlling as much as we can in this regard. I think the process, the ad hoc committee has been in place for a year. I appreciate you putting a list together that has all of the instances of community outreach in the different meetings. So thank you for doing that. So yeah, I'll be supporting us just continuing forward. That's the reason why I didn't vote to kick the can down the road at the last meeting, and I realized I was by myself on that.
No, that's okay. I have a quick question, if you could maybe answer for me. So I think the number was 246? No, 336 retail or 248. Would you say most communities need that many?
Need that many in order to have enough
to make it work?
Yeah, well, I mean, again, it kind of depends on the community. How many of those, owners have a federal note so that they can't lease it to a cannabis operator? I think it's going to be a highly fact-specific type. So I don't know how much we can do in terms of like specific comparisons to other cities when it comes to how many.
Part of the reason I'm asking is it kind of reminds me of the issue that we had with the, God, what the heck were they called? The scooters. Yeah, because myself and another council member had been, heard about a situation in San Diego. They were inundated with them, and that was because nobody had put anything in ordinance. And that's my concern here, is that I would rather have us be safeguarded by doing it that way than have somebody come in and then just not have any rules at all. So, Ms. Mosier, you're next.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that, that I think I would like to retain as much control as we can. I had seen some posts on social media that I think we're trying to scare people that they're going to be everywhere. And I think that if anything, this shows we've been very conservative. I think limiting it to 10, and I think that included 8 with a 2 local, in fact, if I'm not mistaken. So that's pretty conservative if you look at different cities as well. And I don't want the ordinance written by somebody else. I want, especially by the industry, I'd rather we be able to do that and then manage that. I appreciate, I know initially it was 600, and then it was added for the 1,000 for schools. I appreciate that as well. I think that's something that's important to me, although I do also understand the comparison as far as next to liquor stores, and that's not the same, doesn't have the same requirements. One thing, I will be supporting this and going to Planning Commission. One thing that we did get is a letter from the Ocean View School District, I think kind of acknowledging and appreciating the 1,000-foot buffer. But one challenge is that the Ocean View School District specifically has schools, as you mentioned earlier, in Fountain Valley, Westminster, other cities outside of Huntington Beach. And it's my understanding that we can't regulate that buffer to other cities' schools. So I would just ask the Planning Commission, should it make it there, that they do take a look at that and use whatever tools they have in their tool belt to perhaps pull things out if it makes sense. Again, I know it's difficult to pull up property by property, but I think it's still to try to stay with the spirit of what we're trying to do. If it's possible, I think that would be the right way to go and to honor the school district's request as well. I guess that's it. The only other thing is I wish we could see that the real feasibility of the properties. It's challenging when you look at that large number and don't know how many would actually be, really feasible to have a used site. So I don't know if there's any way for us to do that, or if that's more of like a next stage thing. It's my assumption.
I mean, it would be, you'd have to go property by property and talk to the owner. I mean, it would be a very large, difficult exercise to find out. And you don't know too, right? Like you don't know if they're willing, if they're getting ready to sell. It's kind of an unknowable idea. I mean, the market, I think, if you look at the 600-foot map, I think it distributes possible retail locations across the city. So you don't aggregate everyone. I think one of the things that I'd want to avoid is having one location, one strip of locations. And my policy goal from this at the beginning was to try to revitalize some of our very rundown shopping centers. And I think this stratifies across quite a few of those rundown shopping centers. And again, I think by increasing the buffers on parks and other sensitive uses, again, where are those? Looking at this with where the parks are, which are most of our parks are in residential areas, and so you have to. Why are we buffering from parks? Right? Why the extent of buffering parks? Is it the threat that someone's going to go into a cannabis store, purchase flower cannabis, go and smoke in the park? That's not who these customers are. These customers are people buying tinctures and gummies to deal with anxiety and chronic pain, and they're going home. They're stopping on the way home from work, stopping on the way to work. This isn't a head shop. It's not the illegal stores. We got a bunch of emails about, we had an illegal store open and it ruined the neighborhood. I'm like, there's a big difference between an illegal pot shop opening and a regulated cannabis store. Like there is a night and day, right? I mean, we have the list of regulations is, it's a mile long on what is the city would contemplate based on other best practices to regulate these retail locations. So lighting, security. I mean, the security for these places make the radius around them safer because they have armed people that are calling in, moving people along, making the area safer. And so, again, if you look to see where the parks are in here, they are 600 feet, but in one instance, it's across multiple, you got to cross a 5-lane or 3-lane arterial or 6-lane arterial, 3 on both sides to get to that park, and then another 150 feet. And so, again, I stress that I think the need for, in order to not drive up rents for other retail in these locations, because as soon as, if the application process opens, everyone starts bidding. And if you have 15 eligible spots for 8 people, the bidding war, you start driving up prices everywhere. And if you have more availability, you can help drive down those prices for rent, because rent prices would directly correlate to cost of doing business, and that goes to the retail pricing. And again, the goal is to try to drive out the illicit market by having a regulated market that's easy to access, that's inexpensive, and is available. So you don't want to have to drive across town. It takes 30 minutes to drive from southeast to northwest on a good day, just because it's far away. And so if we don't want people having to drive across town, so I think the map that the committee recommended is a decent stratification across town, and really checks a lot of boxes on some of the shopping centers that if you look at the red spots, you're like, oh, I know that shopping center, it could use some help. And so that's why I think that this at least kind of gets us moving in the right direction. And I think, again, deals with schools explicitly, but I think leaves kind of some of the other places that are a little bit more stratified, and generally in our residential neighborhoods in a better spot. So that's why I think we kind of went back and forth and decided that this map was likely the best spot. And did we have feedback from the public meeting on the ranges?
Yes, again, off the top of my head, I don't know if I can recall, but in the staff report, we do summarize the feedback. Best guess, I believe that the feedback was kind of evenly split amongst those options.
Right, and I think, if you asked anybody on the street, like, where do you want a cannabis retail store? Like, what buffers, if you choose this, and this, most people are going to choose the bigger buffer no matter what, right? But this is a land use discussion, I think, for high traffic retail, and I think it's really door slamming and lighting and all of that gets regulated through land use ordinance and the regulation process. But again, we do get another bite at the apple, I think, during the evaluation process. So I think this gives us a kind of a first large scale, and then we zoom in at the next application process that allows that. So again, this is just like the linear land use it's allowed here. It doesn't mean it's going to go there.
Okay. Mr. Posey?
Thanks. Yeah, all of you made compelling arguments, but for me, not compelling enough. I'm still a no, and I'm a no for not the reasons that Mr. Peterson said no, because I'm not overly conflicted about buffers because buffers are arbitrary. So whether the buffer is door to door, property line to property line, or epicenter to epicenter, it doesn't really matter. I mean, what matters to me are a couple things. One is that THC is still a Schedule I hallucinogenic. There's still a banking issue. Well, not a federal, there's a federal banking issue. So there's still a federal banking issue. And I'm not convinced that the revenue that we generate will exceed the social costs because we don't know what the social costs are. And then the other thing that's probably the most concerning is that taxes to legalize it to compete with illicit, but we're adding taxes and fees on top of that, which makes the legal businesses less competitive, which doesn't necessarily drive out the illicit businesses. And we heard that from Governor Newsom just a few months ago about looking and revisiting state taxes because illicit businesses were thriving in face of having legal businesses. So it's really a philosophical difference. Your technical points are well received. Ms. Bolton's technical perspective on local control is also well received. So my compliments to all of you, but I'm still closed-minded. So I'm going to still vote no. So,
Ms. Motion?
I don't have a lot to add. I think I already said it was the withdrawal or request from before, but I guess the only thing I'd say is that this is not an end to all of this, though. This is still just another step along the process or along the path. So there's still room to be able to make determinations and also for the next council to make decisions as well. So for me, I think it makes sense to move it along that path, again, given what I asked, I think, Planning Commission to look at as well. But just to proceed with the idea that we do want to retain that local control. And this isn't an end to the conversation.
well, but the beginning is a very big beginning, and that's to remove the prohibition of sale. And I still believe in the prohibition of sale for the reasons I stated. So, and I know, we can argue about, prohibition and alcohol and how that didn't work, and the war on drugs doesn't seem to be working. But I'm still philosophically opposed for the reasons I stated. So,
I guess the only other thing is, and I didn't actually end up using it myself when I was going through my breast cancer treatment, but part of that was because it wasn't readily accessible, and at all. And then it made me feel bad to even go look. And I think that the uses that are, I think, potentially offered and the benefits of going to a higher quality, non-illicit location, for me would be it's important for people who are looking for medicinal purposes as well. So that also kind of supports my decision to move it forward.
well, I'm gonna chime in on that one too, because I had a close relative, very close relative, that was diagnosed with ovarian cancer, and she ultimately passed away. But what brought her comfort in the end was edibles, and we drove a distance to get them and drove a much more considerable distance to deliver them, and I would make that sacrifice again and again and again. I'm just still, for me, there's a difference between medicinal use and there's a difference between recreational use. There's a difference between edibles. There's a difference between smokable, I guess if that's the right word for it, and illicit cannabis dealers aren't selling gummies and edibles for the most part. They're selling marijuana. I mean, they are, but they're selling more marijuana and more hash and those things. If we have high taxes, we're not gonna reduce illicit use, and if we lower taxes, we defeat the purpose of having it legal because there's no revenue. So,
I would.
Okay, I just wanted to go say that I have felt the same way, and then I had a really dear friend who couldn't do anything at all with her life because she had breast cancer and couldn't eat. And that really changed it for me, and I wanted it to be as safe as possible and all that. I'm going to go ahead and vote in favor of it tonight because I would like to see it keep being looked at. Everybody's going to have a comment, I think. Also, it seems to be getting, it's being tweaked as you go along. My concern, though, is, and I know it sounds silly to compare it to a scooter, but I absolutely do not want another entity to come in and tell a city how to do that. I mean, that would just be horrible. So, all right. Anybody else want to say anything? And the motion, are you going to make the motion, Mr. Kalmack, or?
I believe I already did. And
Oh, okay.
Did not,
Oh,
yeah.
you did. Oh, that's right. Ms. Bolton did. Okay. Okay, very good.
Motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Peterson and Mayor Pro Tem Posey voting no and Councilmember Carr absent.
Okay, then, we will move on to item number 24, that's 22-971. And this is approved recommendations regarding city procurement policies as they pertain to formal bids, thresholds, approval levels, and reporting to city manager and city council. Direct staff to prepare ordinances for city council approval. And this will go to our CFO again.
Good evening again, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So I will be reviewing the procurement policy review alongside with PFM, a consultant we hired in order to do this review. We have Ryan McNeely joining us from PFM. I just wanted to confirm that he's on.
Dale, can you hear me all right?
We can, thank you.
Wonderful.
Okay. So just an overview of our presentation. I'll provide a little bit of background. We'll talk about the procurement project and the timeline, look at our current policies, the survey that we did for neighboring agencies, and then Ryan will be sharing his findings from the review and also recommendations. So just to start as a background, on July 19th, Mayor Pro Tem Posey requested that we review the city's procurement policies. September 6th, City Council approved moving forward with the procurement policy review. And then we hired PFM to help us with this, to put together this comprehensive procurement policy review and implementation plan. And really the overall goal is to advance public policy and also to build public trust through transparency, looking at best practices, and also looking at our authoritative guidance and making adjustments as needed. So our procurement project timeline is broken up into three phases. Phase one is receiving policy direction that we're providing recommendations tonight on signature authority, bid thresholds, and also for public works contracts and the best practices and comparisons with other cities, also legal compliance, fairness, and transparency will inform or has informed our recommendations or PFM's recommendation. Phase two will be providing additional updates as we look at other components of the contracts as listed below between December and April. And then phase three will be looking at the workflow adjustments that need to be made after we receive policy direction and looking at implementation through May to the end of September. And then these are our policies, procurement policies. I won't go through this in detail since we did go over this the last time. It will show up in the summary so you can see it again there. But just to expedite the presentation tonight, I won't go into these details. So I'll just advance there. We're also looking at the authority levels of department, city manager, and also council authority. More in depth. As I pass it on to PFM, Ryan is on the line, and I will pass it on to him.
Thank you so much, Dale. Thank you, Mayor, members of council, for inviting me and having me here this evening. My name is Ryan McNeely. I'm a director with PFM's Management and Budget Consulting Practice, and we've been working with the city for about the past 6 weeks on this project. And this is sort of an interim step, a preliminary review of our findings and recommendations based on what we've learned to date. We have done a lot of work in the past 6 weeks with the help of city staff. We've reviewed a lot of regulatory documentation. We've done research on comparable cities in California to see what they do, with an eye towards those cities that have won awards for procurement or are seen as sort of gold standards for procurement practices. We've looked at general best practices in the field and data on procurement activity that has been provided to us by the city. And I just want to pause and say that everybody has been exceptionally responsive and helpful when we have reached out for information to make sure we get to the best outcome possible here. We can go to the next slide. We've also talked to a lot of folks on the ground to help contextualize our findings and recommendations. I myself got to visit your beautiful city a couple of weeks ago. We talked to representatives from the city manager's office, department heads, and other key stakeholders who deal with the procurement process on a day-to-day basis and who are most affected by it. And again, we are in the middle of our process. We are going to be conducting additional research before we provide all of our final recommendations. And this PowerPoint presentation is based on our expedited review over the past 6 weeks. Go to the next slide. So just to level set for a second, we got a lot of slides to go through, and I'm going to go through them relatively quickly. But again, Dale will summarize all of this at the end of the presentation one more time. What are the right goals for public procurement? It really comes down to transparency, fairness, efficiency, and effectiveness. And then there's a series of principles developed by the National Association of State Procurement Officials to how to accomplish this for state and local government. A lot of these principles are already in place in Huntington Beach, but our goal is to make sure that you all are going through a deliberative process and making sure that the city's overall goals and principles are driving procurement reforms, and that we're not just making decisions on an arbitrary basis or basing decisions on legacy decisions that were made a long time ago. We want to make sure that we're looking at cutting edge best practices and aligning your practices with other cities in the area who have been doing well in this regard. You can go to the next slide. So I'm not going to read all of these principles. Consistency is the name of the game here. Consistency of procedures, consistency of goals, and want to highlight here recognition that procurement is a strategic function in government. It's really about safeguarding taxpayer dollars, getting the best bang for the buck, making sure you're getting high quality goods and services at a low price. And it's not just process, it's not just paperwork. And so these principles sort of feed into this effort of making sure that Huntington Beach is doing things as best as they possibly can. We can go to the next slide. Again, not going to read all of these. I think the important one here is balance, right? It's a balance between accountability, innovation, and flexibility, and then a further balance between fiscal accountability, the needs of user agencies, and opportunities for suppliers. And again, this is really just trying to get the best quality services for the lowest cost. And that's really through effective leadership and effective communication across city government. Next slide. So on the point of transparency, we do have sort of a preliminary finding that there seems to be limited public reporting on procurement and performance measures related to procurement, generally speaking, in Huntington Beach. There is a quarterly report on professional services contracts by the city clerk, and we know that the reporting on legal services and expert services is confidential. Beyond that, there's not really easy access to a single public database on city contracts. There's different requirements for thresholds, approvals, and signing authority that are inconsistent and difficult to understand for members of the public and even those folks who do this on a day-to-day basis. And that really boils down to a lack of clarity on certain definitions and processes and what to do with different types of contracts. So I think a main goal of this project is to bring clarity and consistency to these processes and make sure that everybody is on the same page. Next slide. In regards to fairness, the use of sole source contracting in Huntington Beach is limited, but it doesn't seem that there's a centralized means of recording all sole source declarations for tracking purposes. Similarly, data on competition is limited. There is available data for contracts that go through the Planet Bid system. That data suggests that about 27% of procurements had fewer than 3 bids. When it comes to competitive bidding, 3 is not necessarily a magic number, but it is sort of a minimum of what you want to expect to make sure that you're actually having a competitive bid process and making sure that there are enough vendors in the mix to effectively bid against each other and give the city the best deal. But beyond those systems, there's not a lot of additional ways to track data. We can go to the next slide. In terms of fairness, again, the city does have a local preference provision for goods and services. It does not have a city policy to encourage contracting or subcontracting with minority and women-owned businesses. And we're sort of taking a look at that in comparison to other cities, and we'll ultimately come up with a recommendation on that down the line. Next slide. When it comes to efficiency, I sort of alluded to this earlier. The procurement data that we use for this analysis is limited. And again, folks at the city really went out of their way to give us whatever data was available that we requested, and even customizing some of the data pulls and reports for us so that we could successfully sort of analyze what was going on in the city and make recommendations. But there's not a lot of data provided that comes automatically out of the system that allows for some of this analysis. There are certain contracts that are included or excluded in data sets, and certain types of transactions that are included or excluded. And so it's really hard to sort of get all of the information in one place. And so obviously that's something we're taking a look at in terms of a recommendation. Next slide. So this really talks about the fact that in Huntington Beach, most contracts are under $30,000, but most cost is attributable to contracts of $500,000 or more. And in subsequent slides, we'll get into some of that data and show you some charts that sort of explains that issue. But when it comes to competition, there's not really a use of best and final offer provisions that other local governments use to have vendors bid against each other. There's not a lot of oversight of individual contracts or sort of an internal audit function. It's really limited to the annual financial audit. We do note that council has recently approved sort of a rotating list of departmental financial and performance audits, which we think is a step in the right direction. Next slide. So again, these are some numbers. So for number of contracts by department for all services, Public Works has the plurality. For the number of contracts by department on capital, Public Works has the majority of contracts. You can go to the next slide. And when it comes to the value, similarly, Public Works is the majority of the value of contracts for all services and capital, and second is non-departmental, which are really sort of citywide contracts or contracts that touch multiple departments. So really, Public Works is what is driving procurement spending in Huntington Beach, and that is not atypical. Next slide. So I think this is interesting. Most city contracts are for $30,000 or less. You can see for all services, the vast majority over the past sort of 3 fiscal years, we're talking about 2,700 contracts approximately that are under $30,000. And then for capital, similarly, even for capital projects, it is the majority of contracts are under $30,000. We can go to the next slide and see, however, that the cost to the city is attributable to contracts over $500,000. When it comes to professional services, fully half of the cost to the city has been in contracts that are over $500,000. For capital, it's actually 2/3 of the total cost is attributable to those contracts. So really what we're seeing is a pattern here, which is we want to go where the money is, right? So there's less value in stringent oversight over hundreds, if not thousands, of very small contracts that don't make up a majority of the city's cost. When it comes to sort of accountability and transparency, we want to go where the money is, and those are these big ticket items that are really contracts that are over $500,000 that make up the bulk of the cost of the city. We can go to the next slide. So when it comes to efficiency, we're looking at a few things. We were able to piece some data together about sort of the process and how it works. You know, part 1 of the process generally took about 10 days. Part 2 took about 2 months. And then after part 2, there was just a few days to get to final approval. But again, there's no tracking system that gets all the way from point A to point Z. We can't track the council approval or the time to the execution of the project after council approval. So really, we're looking at just trying to devise a system that allows for better performance management and allows you all to track, and the city manager to track how these contracts are moving through the system and improvements that can be made to move them through more quickly or more efficiently. We can go to the next slide. In terms of effectiveness, there's not a lot of evaluation of contractor performance, at least on a regular basis. At least that's what we heard when we talked to folks on the ground. There's a provision to provide evaluation, but it doesn't seem to occur on a regular basis. And with the exception of certain public works contracts, the city doesn't typically use pre-qualification as a part of the process. And that really just means that you make sure that the vendor is qualified to do the work and can be responsible to do the work. And the contract management varies across departments. So to that end, we're looking at implementing a process, a citywide process for regularly measuring and managing performance of the procurement process, and that's something that could be applied citywide. Next slide. So there's after all of that, there's additional areas of analysis that we're looking into as sort of the second phase of our work. And again, I'm not going to read everything here, but we definitely want to look into the signature authorities, the insurance requirements. We heard a lot about sort of the evaluation process for contractor selection, and also we heard about sort of making sure that IT is more involved, or at least has a say in sort of all IT related procurement going on in the city, just to make sure that systems talk to each other and that sort of there's a unified system. And then we've also heard some issues with contract renewals and just making sure that departments have the information they need to exercise those renewal options that are already built into their contracts, so they don't unnecessarily have to go back out to rebid. Next slide. In terms of some of our preliminary recommendations, again, this is sort of the trade that I alluded to earlier. We think that, generally speaking, administrators and city staff should have significant discretion in the procurement process, but then on the back end, they should be held accountable for results through oversight. So, generally speaking, folks should be able to enter into low-dollar contracts without competitive bidding. As is current practice, most contracts do not need to go to council for approval. However, the city manager should receive regular reports on the procurement process with a focus on competition costs and outcomes to make sure that the processes are being managed successfully. And then similarly, city council should receive regular reporting on contracts left by the city. There can also be sort of a performance management framework built into that as city manager reports to city council on what is going on in the procurement process at any given time. But bottom line, every step in the process should be designed to add value. We don't want to create a bunch of extra work for folks. We just want to ensure that the city meets its overall goals when it comes to procurement. Next slide. So this is something that has also been discussed. We think the city should consider opting into the Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act. That is something that would allow for streamlining of certain bids and sort of economies of scale of joining sort of the state system. It's applicable to construction, and it's for really smoothing the process for contracts that are under $200,000, where you can use sort of a little bit less formal bidding process. And there are some additional reporting requirements that come with opting into this, but I think we feel pretty comfortable that sort of marginal increase in reporting requirement is more than outweighed by the benefits that the city could get by joining this and being able to streamline their processes. 60% of cities in California have already opted in. Once you opt in, you're there until you opt out. And I think it's a pretty good sign that I think only one city has ever opted out of this after opting in. So it seems to be, on balance, a pretty good trade-off for cities across the state. We can go to the next slide. So to follow up on that, this also allows for a sort of streamlining of maintenance contracts when it comes to routine work on roads, landscaping, and utility work. And again, it's just part of an additional benefit to opting into this program. Next slide. We also think that the city might want to consider adopting a design-build ordinance. So this is something that is very common in the private sector. It's becoming more common in the public sector. I mean, you can pick a single vendor to sort of design and build a large-scale project. That gives you a single point of accountability. You don't have to deal with as many change orders, and there's, in theory, more cost certainty and faster project completion because you're just with one vendor or one point of contact. You know, it might be harder in some cases for the city to evaluate those proposals, just you know, based on the expertise needed. But you know, on the other hand, the city can establish a pre-qualification process to make sure that firms are qualified and just get a sense that they're capable of doing the work that they're signing up to do. We do think that if the city were to pursue this route, then city manager approval should be required to proceed with a design build procurement, and ultimately all contracts for design build probably should be subject to council review and approval. Next slide. So for public works, you know, we think, again, council should focus on cost and competition and delegate approval authority for contracts up to $400,000. So department heads would go up to $50,000, the city manager would go up to $400,000, and then city council approval would be required for contracts of more than $400,000, or where there were fewer than 3 bids during a competitive bidding process. Again, if there's fewer than 3 bids, you know, maybe some more oversight is needed just to make sure that the outcome is what the city is looking for. But other cities have even higher thresholds. You know, this would not be out of alignment with what other cities are doing. So we think the city might even want to consider a phased approach, see how the program is working, maybe have an ordinance that raises that threshold to $1 million, perhaps over the next 5 years. Next slide. It's very simple for goods and services, no competitive bidding required for contracts up to $50,000, and that puts you right in line with other cities. Next slide. For goods and services, again, this is a same concept, same structure, just a slightly different threshold. This would be a city manager approval up to $1 million, and the review and approval would be the same. You know, the contracts that exceed that amount would require council approval. The municipal code already provides heightened review of single bid projects, so consistent with that, again, if there's fewer than 3 competitive bids, then we recommend some additional oversight. Next slide. For professional services, again, no competitive process up to $50,000. If that threshold had been in place over the past 3 fiscal years, then there would have been 55 contracts out of a universe of about 400 that would not have been subject to competitive bidding that otherwise would be, and that probably would help streamline things somewhat. Next slide. For professional services, we're talking here about expanding the city manager approval authority up to $400,000, and again, for any contracts that are over $400,000 or subject to competitive bidding that result in fewer than 3 bids, that would again require council approval. Again, it's in line with what other cities are doing, and so we recommend potentially doing a phased approach up to $1 million threshold, and you all can see how this works over time. Next slide. For legal and expert services, so we understand that this is a little bit different from the other types of procurement process. So municipal code authorizes the city attorney to enter into contracts up to $100,000 without approval for procurements exceeding $100,000. Historically, in Huntington Beach, the city council has approved those contracts in closed session. We can go to the next slide. So we understand that those provisions are important to keep litigation strategy confidential and to prevent disclosure of privileged information. And again, that's related to a couple of other code provisions related to this particular type of procurement. We can go to the next slide. There's not a lot of good comparators to Huntington Beach with this exact organizational structure. So we looked at Newport Beach, similar threshold of $120,000, similar quarterly reporting pattern. However, Newport Beach's city attorney is appointed by city council. We can go to the next slide. There are not very many cities in California that have an elected city attorney, and even fewer, there's a subset that have a strong council form of government with a city attorney and with a city manager. So after reviewing sort of available regulatory information from other places, we were not able to specifically identify comparable language related to the use of closed sessions like as happens in Huntington Beach. We can go to the next slide. However, we're not at this time recommending any changes to the approval threshold of $100,000. And really what I think we're asking here is for the council and the city attorney to potentially work together to review these findings and determine if there might be a way to increase transparency according to our overall procurement goals of transparency without creating unnecessary litigation or legal risk for the city, and trying to strike a balance there. Next slide. Quickly, reporting to city manager and city council, we sort of went over this earlier. Purchasing and public works, we recommend providing a monthly report to the city manager that talks about all contracts and amendments, procurement methods, levels of competition, and costs. City manager can then report monthly to city council, sort of a subset of information, including the contract amount and summary of scope, and then can have a broader quarterly report based on performance management that talks about cost, competition, and time to contract. Next slide. Areas for future recommendations, again, these are based on our overall goals. Transparency, we're looking at the city's use of technology and sort of new and alternative procurement processes that might be available to them, available to you all. Fairness, we're reviewing the local preference law and the MWBE policy and seeing that might be something that the city is interested in pursuing, and also an ethics and contracting policy. Next slide. When it comes to efficiency, we're looking at adoption of new or revisions to code provisions or regulations related to best and final offers, make sure that vendors are bidding against each other to get the best price, and then market surveys, change order reviews, electronic authorization, which is only used on a subset of contracts right now, and the use of sole source procurement. On effectiveness, we want to look at contractor evaluation, make sure that folks are exercising oversight over their vendors, a pre-qualification to make sure that everybody is actually qualified and responsible for the work, and training on procurement and contract management and a procurement policy manual, because something that we've heard sort of over and over again is just a need for better communication and clarity about what city policies actually are at each step of the process to avoid confusion. Next slide. So now I'm actually going to turn it back over to Dale to summarize the recommendations in the presentation and talk about next steps.
Thank you, Ryan, for all your work and the presentation. So just to summarize, our recommendation tonight is that Council approve the bid thresholds, approval levels, and the additional reporting requirements to the city manager and city council. Provide that reporting on a monthly, quarterly basis for all different types of contract. And then this is really the first bite of the apple, so we still have to go through and create the ordinance. So the second recommendation would be to direct staff to incorporate these recommendations. We're going to be taking a look at all the other components of the contracts, terms, some of the other things that Ryan talked about as part of phase 2 to actually adopt the prepare the official ordinance for council approval at a later date during the phase 2 of the project. We summarized the recommendations. So basically for bids, the bid limits, the goods and services would increase for competitive bids from $30,000 to $50,000. Professional service would be the same. Public works contracts would increase from $25,000 to $200,000, with that carve out for informal bids from $50,000 to $200,000. And then as far as approval levels for department heads and city manager and city council, for department heads, the approval levels would, for the most part, stay the same at $50,000 across the board. City manager approval would go up to $400,000 with a phase-in of 5 years up to the $1 million. And to match neighboring agencies. And also there's a little bit of nuance with goods and services that for goods and services that are budgeted, it would need to go to council. Anything over $1 million, if it's not budgeted, anything $400,000 or greater would need to go to city council. And there would be no changes recommended as far as the threshold for legal services. And then also wanted to note that to improve fairness, we would require that, would recommend requiring that competitive bidding that results in fewer than 3 bids would also be required to go to council as well, regardless of the contract amount. And with that, I'm here, and Ryan is here to take any questions that you may have.
Does anyone have any questions besides Mr. Posey? Go ahead, Mr. Posey.
Oh, thanks, Dale. And you know, actually, Mr. Peterson and Mr. O'Connell, I brought this up in November of 2015, and you weren't here, so we only had 17 slides then. So you can tell that the quality and the volume of work has increased exponentially with more information. This, I think, this 2015 was really driven, I think, by a buy local, buy America sentiment, and then really educate us on how Planet Bids works and that process. So this is really an extrapolation over that. And you know, why I brought this up to the city manager and to council, I don't know, a month or two ago, was that we had a wide range of approvals. And one of my biggest concerns was that the city manager, who's the CEO of this $350 million corporation, had the same purchasing approval limits as the city attorney, who has a $3 million budget. So, you know, it was either we were going to reduce the city attorney's spending limits or elevate the city manager's spending to streamline the process. And your presentation, and that's just one example. I mean, it's throughout all the departments, so I'm not picking on anybody, so don't think I'm picking on you. So, you know, we have a wide range of approvals. And the other thing that I was concerned about, and this, of course, goes back to my benchmarking during my day job, because nobody wants to hear about that, but you know, I spent a lot of time reading agendas and minutes and budgets for cities and counties throughout the state, and we do things a whole lot different than just about everybody else. And what I liked about the presentation mostly was page 29 with the reporting on the contracts. And I agree with PFM, and I agree with you, Mr. Bullison, that you know, we don't need to see every contract if it falls within the scope of the pre-approved budget. But what we ought to be looking at are, you know, like he said, the low-hanging fruit, the big ticket ones that show up that we should know about and the public should know about. And we have those coming and going, and we see them. But I can't imagine that there wouldn't be any harm in a monthly report or a quarterly report. It could be on the consent calendar that says contracts approved, receive and file, and then if the council members are curious, they can read it and pull it and ask questions. Because at the end of the day, the 7 of us or the 7 of them that's coming will be responsible for approving the budget and really understanding the spending. And we don't need to micromanage every box of paper clips. But we do need to know that, okay, if we're going to spend $1 million on paving, or the city attorney is going to spend $90,000 on legal services, or the city manager is going to spend $200,000 on some other consulting, that it needs to have visibility, transparency, and an awareness for the council. So that was really my primary objective with this, and I think you've done an admirable job, and continue with the work, and you know, bring this to obviously the next council too for further input and review, and just keep it going so that the taxpayers know how we're spending their money, because it's not our money. So thank you, and I'll move it.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second it.
Peterson, second. Anybody else want to make a comment? Okay, then I guess we'll vote.
Item passes 6-0, Councilmember Carr absent.
Thank you. Okay, we have a council member item by Mr. Kalmick.
Thank you. This was kind of the last thing on the list here of items. So when I was on Planning Commission, we updated the sign code. It was like the last comprehensive time, 2015. And I was having a conversation, and like, oh, there was a big Supreme Court decision, and I'm like, I could not remember if it happened before or after we updated our sign code. It turns out it happened after. 2 weeks after we passed our last comprehensive sign code update. And since then, there's been a couple of other Supreme Court cases. So I wanted to make sure that our sign code is enforceable. We've had a couple of notable issues with signs pop up in the last 10 years. And I want to make sure that we're all set and that have the city attorney's office review it and make sure that we're good on it. The second item is to ask the city manager to get staff working to take a look at our non-commercial signage. We've just had some non-commercial signage put up all over town, and I think it's prudent for the next council to take a look to make sure there were some enforcement discussions about size, time, place, and manner, where they could go, where they can't go, and the larger question is why we allow non-commercial signs in the public right-of-way. And what?
We don't. They were there, though.
Yeah, I mean, we do at a certain time.
Yeah.
And so I would like staff to basically take a look at what other cities do. I think Newport Beach is kind of the standard. A lot of cities are like, why can't we be like Newport Beach? Sell $60 million homes. So I think, a bit of it comes down to just checking in, because if we can't beat them, join them was kind of I believe the policy that got us signs in the right of way. And every 2 years, it seems you get a lot of sign complaints for non-commercial signs. So again, we want to make sure that we're up to speed and that we have the council the next council when this comes back get to weigh in on, is it about time to maybe restrict those signs in the public right of way and just allow them on private property and discuss kind of what other cities are best practice for. So, and that we are, furthermore in the, we have an enforceable sign code that has, merit and teeth. So that's my item, and so I'll go ahead and move it.
I'll second it.
Does anybody have any comments? No? Okay.
The item passes 601. Councilmember Carr absent.
Is there anyone who wants to make any other comments? Yes? Okay, go ahead.
Have some left?
She does. She always does.
Thank you very much. So Greg, if you could pull up Mr. Dorman's picture. So yeah, perfect. So I did get to mention this a little bit earlier, but I just wanted to put the picture up of Russ and his wife and just read a little bit of what was read on the day when he received his award.
Oh, that's so cool.
So Russ Dorman served in the Army stateside and in the National Guard and Artillery from 1970 to 1976 at both Fort Campbell, Kentucky and Fort Sill, Oklahoma. He has volunteered thousands of hours for veteran service organizations and is also the commander of American Legion Post 133 in Huntington Beach and serves on the Honor Guard. Russ is also a volunteer at the Long Beach VA, working with the Patient Care Center, and also volunteers at the Huntington Beach Central Library's Veteran Resource Center. He serves his community by volunteering at First Christian Church Huntington Beach in the Community Resource Center, serving veterans and those who have encountered life setbacks with rent, food, and utilities, and has worked with the faith-based working group of Orange County Veterans and Military Families Collaborative. Russ is a husband, a father to 3 sons, and a grandfather to 5. And again, we wanted to congratulate Russ Dorman on being the 2022 Huntington Beach Veteran of the Year. And so congratulations, Russ, and your wife, Elaine, as well. It was really wonderful to be able to present that to him at Assemblymember Cardi Petrie Norris's event. And the event itself was really incredible. All the different cities had somebody honored, and one of the ladies, I forget which branch of service, but she was 102 and had been like one of the very first women who had served, and the honor and just privilege of being able to hear her story and all of their stories was pretty great. It kind of brought everything back to life, and even more so that all of the people that were there had continued their service beyond their service in the military, but and they were really just great examples for everyone else. So thanks, Greg. And thank you, Russ. Moving on, I also did mention this earlier, but I wanted to show a visual representation and just speak a little bit more to this. So talked about our community cafe, Hello Neighbor, we also are calling this, and really this is the opportunity. So this is one of our virtual or our graphic recordings, which is part of this event, which is pretty cool. Again, it's from 5:30 to 8 on the last Wednesday of the month, dark in December, 7 total meetings going through May at the Huntington Beach Central Library. And it's a unique event using the World Cafe model, which is a method that uses an informal setting for participants to explore an issue by discussing it in small table groups. Discussion is held in multiple rounds of 20 to 30 minutes with the cafe ambiance intended to allow for more relaxed and open conversations. And I do always find that when you are eating, breaking bread tends to make things a little bit more easy to talk about, and food is included for this. And really, it's just this opportunity to connect with and meet with your neighbors with a capital HB, and listen to their experiences and share your stories and all of that. So, topics, this particular topic was let's talk about community. The next one is belonging. They very well could change to more challenging subjects in future months. They can be challenging even in let's talk about community. It really depends on what people bring to the table. But you can see here just a lot of things that came up, and we will be sharing these graphic recordings and synthesizing them at the end too, because, can you go to the next one, Greg? Again, there's so much that is gathered at these events, and really it's an invitation for community members to show up and talk with each other, get to know each other. It's an invitation for the community to build community, and it's also an invitation in the end for the community leadership to look at what people are talking about as well, and see, how can we help, and how can we maybe, provide the opportunity for people to get together and to start the things that they're interested in. So I do encourage people to go to these. It looks like in the time that I talked about it earlier, there were 2 seats. There's only 1 seat left now for the November meeting, but maybe we'll do more. Please do register. And if you have questions, please feel free to ask. But we do really want more youth there as well, diversity of thought, demographics, geography throughout the city, all of that helps make the conversations, I think, more just better. And then finally, you can turn that off, Greg. Thank you very much for putting those up there. Last but not least, I just wanted to say thank you to the troop that was here earlier that I got to meet earlier in the week. Let's see, I have their troop number somewhere in there. 1931. They were truly inspiring to me earlier this week, especially because their badge is really all about civic engagement and community engagement. And, it's one of those things when we talk to the youth, actually even adults, about giving public comments. Most people don't know I can come give public comments. What do I need to do? The youth asked, how old do I have to be able to give a public comment? And the answer is you don't. You don't even have to be a resident here. I mean, I like to hear from residents, but you don't have to be. And the other thing too, when we were talking on Wednesday, it was the day after the election, and they had such good questions, it was really inspiring for me and helped remind me all about why we're here, if we needed that reminder. But also, our youth board met on Monday, and at the end of the meeting, they talked about items to agendize for future meetings. And one of the youth board members mentioned, just also commented that we just had an election, that she had a number of friends who were 18 who I think they were registered but had no idea how to vote. And I had like a reverse chills. It was horrible. But what I appreciated about it was they asked to be agendized the city clerk to come forward to their youth board meeting, and also perhaps the registrar of voters from the county, because they likely have more programming, and I'm sure that the schools were already doing some things, but that is the most important thing for people to get civically engaged, come to the council meetings, watch things, vote. I'm not quite sure yet what our voter turnout, but it can always be higher. One thing I'll say is I have not missed a single single election. And the one thing that I tell my kids is I will be so angry at you if I find out that you didn't vote. So I will be done. I know we've had a long night, but again, our youth are inspiring, and I hope that they will continue to engage and come out and let us know what they think. Thank you.
If there's no one else, I was just going to close the meeting with a special meeting of the Huntington Beach City Council Public Finance Authority has been scheduled for 4 p.m. Tuesday, November 29th in the Civic Center Council Chambers. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the Huntington Beach City Council Public Finance Authority meeting is Tuesday, December 6th at 4 p.m. in the Civic Center Council Chambers. So that's it. Good night. Be safe, go home, have a great night's sleep, and I'll see you later. Bye.